second match against Skylar Woodward. That's all on table 1. And on table 2, Albin Ocean, the winner of the inaugural PLP, he'll play young 19-year-old Bernie Regalario from the Philippines. A lot of talk about this young man being one of the big stars of the sport. SVB 5-time US Open champ, World Nineball champ. He's done it all. He's seen it all. He plays Vietnam's Nguyen Anh Tuan. We're going to get the action underway. As I said before, table 1, what a match to kick things off. And if you've got one of them seats right at the front row, you're in for a treat. Two of the young guns, Filler versus Ghost, as we get the lag to see who breaks first, as always.
Yeah, and arguably these are the two names that come up. Who's the best player in the world? And now we have them facing off in match number 1 to maybe talk a little more about that.
Yeah, plenty of respect from both these players, but believe me, deep down they wanna beat each other bad, don't they? They really do.
Yeah, it's a long kind of format here in the PLP, and I think just being here in the pool room and the players like all the fans and whatnot, I think it makes for a less stressful 8 days, I think, overall. Oh, a 9 to start, golden break.
Can you believe we've started 8 days of 9-ball action with a golden break? Filler, everything he does on a pool table just turns to gold.
Yeah, and having a look at these pockets just from a distance, Carl, they look pretty snug. Of course, we have brand new felt, so they're going to play a little softer to begin, but nothing wrong with that to start your match and start your PLP.
Yeah, if you're tuning in for the first time watching 9-ball, if the 9-ball goes in off the break, it's what we call a golden break, and you win the rack. It's a very fast-paced game, very easy on the eye to watch, and that is Joshua Filler on your screens. He's won pretty much everything in the sport of 9-ball, but I'm sure even Josh would have been delighted to see the 9 fall there in rack 1. On table 2, Albin Ocean against Bernie Regalario. That is also available in some regions on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. If you're struggling to find out where to watch table 2, go on to matchroompool.com. All information is on there as Ghost breaks in rack 2.
Yeah, and you wonder about Gorse breaking here with most events in the World Nineball Tour winter break, but there are a few events that are alternate break, like the Moscone. They do make sense, the short races. Pretty decent break off here. He made the one on the side. Nothing really offensive on the 2, though. Or at least it doesn't appear so. Definitely got to look at the 2, though.
Yeah, that gives you a better look. You can definitely see a piece of this 2-ball.
I think you just got to gamble trying to bank it around the 6-9 and draw into the purple 5. Very difficult to push out with all those balls surrounding the 2. You got to figure it'd be an easy safety in return for Filler.
Doesn't like it, JJ's called the push.
Oh. Just wonder what he's pushing out to. I guess a cross corner bank here on the 2-ball. Just look at the top corner pockets. Look pretty snug. Get a good view of that. Beautiful weather here to start day number 1 in West Haven, Connecticut.
Can he see this full ball?
Well, if he can, I think it was a mistake on the push out, right?
Wow. Huge mistake there from Ghost.
Yeah, he's going immediately to the jump cue. He's got a decent kick to the side rail, especially with a 3-ball that's pretty covered up.
This is a department that he seems to excel in, I'm sure. If you're a watcher of the tour, you've seen Ghost jump many of these shots in the pocket like that one, but the cue ball controls got away from him.
Yeah, I guess he goes now for the 3-7 combo. Gorst, who didn't make it to Boston, probably needed a week off. He does schedule his time off like that. So many tournaments, so many events these days.
Yeah, you're alluding to the event that finished late last night, a World Nineball Tour ranking event in Boston. Victor Zielinski was the winner.
Yeah. Tyler Steyer came second and played really, really well. Mario He came third, Joshua Filler. They both had massive leads in the semifinals to get beat. Filler was up 9-3 on Zielinski. Made one kind of so-so decision, I thought, and that was it. Zielinski just put it together, and then I don't know if we've all heard about what happened with Mario He and Tyler Steyer, something you may not see the rest of your life in pool. But he was up. He was down 4-1, Mario. Breaks and runs 8 racks, I think it was, to get up 10-4 and loses from there.
Never easy them, are they? You think they're easy when you're watching on the screen, but cue ball's near the rail, it's into a tight middle. It's the kind of shot where if you pot it, you feel like you're on your way a little bit.
Yeah, and probably a different pocket to look at because they were a little friendly in Boston the last week. For Filler, he ran a lot of racks. I think it's going to be a little different here at the PLP. May go for this bank cross corner. I don't think so, but oh, he could cut it in. Now, you think you're going to see a little different mentality from the players out there, being you got to play so many matches over so many days. Maybe not try to stress so much.
Possibly. I think, you know, it's easy to do that if you get off to a good start in this league. That's what seems to have happened in the previous 2 years. Didn't want the bump on the 7.
You got another bump.
Well, that's worked out very kind.
A little bit tricky. Just got to get nice on the 6 to make things easy to get over for the 7 with the 9 close. Probably uses the rail here. Maybe not. It's nice to use the rail to fall underneath this 6 ball, though.
Watch out, 8 ball. That could cause problems.
Man, a decent little line outside this morning to get in to watch this day 1 of the PLP.
This is awkward, this. Got to stay very still. That's what Gorst does very well. The new cloth, the new ball made that shot a little easier, didn't it?
Yeah, but also at times I think the new cloth also makes it a little tricky, kind of like the squirt on the cue ball. All these are still tricky, little off angle. Not the type of shot you want to roll.
So the match is tied up. Nice little run out there in the end from Gorst. How long's Fedor been playing with the extension on the cue? Has that been a recent thing?
You know, he had an equipment change there in, what was it, late November, going to 60, is it? And some of the different cues they have. I think he added a little bit at the end of being with Q-Tech, playing with it, but excuse me, it's been a little more predominant since his switch of cues. What interests me is I understand some of them pull the extension off for certain shots when they're on the rail and stuff, but he pulled it off on that stun shot there, and I was kind of wondering why. Maybe the new felt has something to do with it. Yeah, Jason's got this room looking nice. Same tables we played Vietnam on.
Okay, missed the 1 ball in the side. The 8 ball has come away from the 2, so there's no cover. What's he faced with on the 1? Is it a little straight, so he may just have to keep the cue ball long.
You may just have to roll this in. Can't go forward much. So like right here, he's taking the extension off. So does that mean he's putting some speed on this shot?
Yeah, maybe raising the butt end a little bit. Yeah, you can just see the extension in his pocket. So I think that's what he's going to be doing a lot. I think we'll see the extension on and off, depending on what shot he's going to play. Nicely executed. Looks easy, but it's never that easy. It's always nice to, get the cue ball stopping that quick.
Yeah, you're looking at a very narrow hole there in the corner and raising the cue with the cue ball just a centimeter off the rail maybe. Big draw stroke here. Can he cheat the pocket going forward?
Very easy to do that, isn't it? Not to hit the 2 ball dead straight and it just comes off at a little angle, and that's what happened there as he caught the 8.
Yeah, I don't think the side's really an option here. Plays this for the corner, Carl, trying to use the point to kind of kill the cue ball.
Yeah, I think that's what he's eyeing up.
Oh, wow. Went straight in the side.
Wow. Just caught the pot a little thick, didn't he? Wanted it to go in the centre of the pocket on that occasion.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it still fooled him, though, a little bit, because you're probably not going to shoot it if you have to hit the 3 perfect to the pocket, right? I think Alvin Ocean, he won the first 2 PLPs, correct? The first 2 years, right?
It used to be called, CLP.
Yeah.
They changed the name, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, he's our defending champion. Yeah, he had to play it into that side of the pocket just to get the cue ball out. So don't be fooled. Nicely done. Okay, it was the mistake from Gorse, the scratch in the side. That gives Phil a ball in hand, as he does what he does so many times, mops the table. It's Phil a 2, Gorse 1. Welcome back to day one of this year's Premier League pool here at US 1 Billiards, the home of Jason Short. And what a match we have to start this year's event off. It's Ghost versus Filler. Filler leads 2-1, but it's Ghost to break, alternate break, race to 5. Yeah, that's a better break. 2-ball looks to be coming around okay. Just depends where the cue ball's going to hit. He's got to make sure he can just hit that rail and not the point.
Yeah, I think he's okay here, Carl. A nice shot to start after a big mistake in game 3. I mean, you know, a miss is a miss, but losing the cue ball like that, just very unexpected by these players. Probably uses the second rail coming across.
Yeah, that's nicely done. That is perfect position now.
Yeah, just really a stop shot here.
I think the extension's gone again here. It's almost like he doesn't know when to put it on and take it off.
Well, it could be just feel, right? I mean, it's not so concrete, I don't think, because you definitely see a difference from one player to the next. They almost all take the extension off when they're elevating the back end of the cue near the rail or whatnot. All ball fouls here, so watch the cueing on the near the 6-ball. Of course, we're on table 1 here, but I haven't seen Albin at the table a whole lot. And that table 2, really interested to get my eyes on Bernie. Well, how wrong I could be. It's 2-1 to Albin. So.
Yeah, if you want to check out the other table scores and match results, you can head over to WNTLivescores.com. That will keep you up to date.
Kind of wiggled that one home. Got a little out of line here on the 8. Kind of an awkward shot, too. Not the type you want to roll and go forward, even though you may see that trying to play the 9 in the side. Normally, you'd want to stun to the side rail and out. You think maybe day 1 that felt a little newer. You hit a high ball here, Carl, trying to make the pocket maybe a hair bigger.
Yeah, without a doubt. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Giving it a lot of respect, though, isn't he? So he's clearly feeling it a little bit.
Or like you said, there's just a Federer and Filler kind of situation. I think he wants to win no matter what the scenario is.
I think he's going to play low and just like a little soft one.
High ball.
Yeah, because what JJ's basically saying, if you catch the long rail on day 1, you know the pocket's going to play a little bigger and that ball sliding. Would it be a fair assessment, JJ, to say Filler's been having a little bit of the edge over Ghost in some of these matches?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's had the edge over most everyone. I think the Derby City Classic had a lot to say in Federer's mind about Filler. Filler made just an incredible appearance there this year, winning 3 out of 4 events, I believe. Here's table 2, Albin Ocean. Looks like he's gotten hemmed up here on the 5, 2-1 in this race to 5. Albin took kind of like early exit in Boston overall. I don't think he made the final 16 even. And you can watch all the table 2 action on the Matchroom YouTube Live channel.
Yeah, back over to table 1. Another mistake from Ghost. Missing the 8 ball be some way, really, has to be said.
And I wonder if the 7 really had something mental there, because he kind of wiggled that one home on a pretty easy shot. Got himself a little out of line on the 8.
This time he makes the 1 ball on the break. He gets a shot on the 2. And it looks like we'll be seeing the red 3 combo on the brown 7. So he's just got to get the cue ball back out.
Can't quite tell. I guess he can draw past the 8 pretty easily. May be able to go forward inside the 8, but I think that's a little tricky. Just get somewhat to the center here.
How about perfect, JJ?
Yeah, now he can kind of roll his ball. Is he shooting this by the 7? No way. All right, he's just playing the combo.
Yeah, he does play that shot nice, does Filler, where he's just got to kill the cue ball.
Yeah, he plays that kind of like mini drag stroke real well. I'll tell you who else does that a lot also is Zielinski. The more I watch him play, big man's got an incredible touch.
Yeah, this year's PLP is the first time fans have been allowed to attend. It's always been done behind closed doors. So if you're one of them sat right at the front all day and night, God, you're going to see a lot of good matches, aren't you?
Yeah, and I think you're going to see, you know, kind of a fun atmosphere as well. Just not trying to make it that way so much on purpose, but I think the long days, a lot of matches, the round robin stages, I think you're going to see the players try to stay a little less stressed.
Yeah, you can just see table 2 there, couldn't you? So Albin's won another rack. He leads Bernie 3 racks to 1 now. Shane's having a little nosy as well there, just in the background. The 2 tables on the far right, they're the practice tables for the players. You can see Zielinski just getting his cue together. Skylar Woodward, Jason Shaw's having a knock.
Yeah, Zielinski, after winning that tournament last night, had to catch an Uber late by himself. We all arrived at about the same time to the hotel, very late, so hopefully the young man got his rest as much as possible.
Yeah, so Zielinski may not have had much sleep, but he's a young man, and these pool players, you know, they're used to playing a lot of pool, aren't they? Got to be fit to play this game now. Another good break from Ghost. No easy open shot on the red 3. Got to be a little tempted to swing at the bank. Yeah, I mean, you could play safe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the format may make you that way if you don't watch it now. It's early, so I feel like the players are very into it at the moment, right? But I think one thing they got to check themselves are long days, long matches, or a lot of matches. Got to make sure you're not taking a shot off here and there.
Yeah, also, we're looking at the field. I believe this is the strongest Premier League we've actually ever had as well. So you don't want to start, you know, off too bad, dear, where you're giving yourself a lot of work to do, because you're going to be coming up against quality opponent after opponent.
Yeah, last year we had a couple players that you kind of felt like there were going to be some matches where they were a big favorite against certain opponents, but that's not the case this year. All right, really nice opening bank. Nice shot there on the 4 to kill the cue ball coming across. Probably wants to back this up maybe an inch or two. Not get so steep on the 6.
Still very much in this match. Race to 5. It's a short race. These comebacks can happen, but this scoreline could have been so different because Ghost has had chances. I think the extension's gone, JJ.
Like permanently?
I believe so.
Well, here it goes. Right in the right.
Oh, it's back on. It's because I looked at his chair. It looks like there's about 40 extensions on the floor.
Well, you might be onto something anyways. Trying to figure it out still. Yeah, there are a few over there. All right, pretty routine 9-ball to extend this match.
Well, like all good champions, he's not going to go away easy as he wins rack number 6. Been a few errors in this match so far, but Ghost is still in it. He's going to have to win the last 3 as we take a short break. Well, this year's Premier League, we have kicked off with an absolute banger. 2 of the young guns, 2 players who may well have a 30-year battle. This is one match that is going to continue to unfold. But it's been a similar thing where Phil has looked to be the better player. Gort has had opportunities, missed a few chances. Phil leads 4-2.
Yeah, Filler putting a little more pace on the break here than he did in Boston. Boston, he really had it down cold, it seemed. I think he can get the 2 by the 8. I think he can maybe make it slide in, but can he get over her position? Is it too dangerous, too risky?
Yeah. Or can he hold for the 3 in the top right? That's what he's tried. Here you see the rail. It's because it's a new felt. He played that perfect, didn't he, JJ?
Yeah, he's pretty sharp, that kid. and he understands the table, the equipment, even changing the brake. I think that's definitely by design. So putting a lot of thought into this POP in the first match. And, of course, you know, this is the last time he gets to play Gorst until we get, you know, down to the final 10, right? So these are important matches, even though early.
Yeah, well said, JJ. Actually, it's like you feel like you've got rid of one of the big guns, one of the favourites early on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's got a combination here. He's got to try and set up the purple 5 for the next shot, which he does.
Trying to end with another combination on the 6-9.
Well, it's Filler who gets the job done, as the crowd appreciate that one. He'll be happy. Gorst, well, he'll go back to the practice table as he loses that match to Joshua Filler, 5 racks to 2. We're going to take a short break, but coming up, we have the current US Open champion, Ko Ping Chung, against America's Skylar Woodward. Pool players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open. Welcome back to the action here on day one, Premier League pool. This is the order of play. We've just seen Filler beat Fedor Gorst 5 racks to 2. Next match coming up, US Open champ Ko Ping Chung gets his campaign underway. Table 2 is still playing. Albin Ocean leads the young Filipino Bernie 4 racks to 2. You can watch that on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. As we get back over to table 1 for the next match, this is fast-paced stuff. Race to 5s, these won't take long. Plenty of matches for these players. But short races, all the points up for grabs. Moving forward as the league table unfolds. The first 5 days of play. Everyone will play everybody. And we will lose the bottom 6 in the league, so 10 go forward. JJ, you're a former US Open champ. I know it was many moons ago. What a performance this young man did there in Atlantic City.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was trying to think during the promo, the intro, you know, what was the best thing that happened last year on the World Nineball Tour? There were so many great finals, so many great performances. Kachi at the UK Open, it was something incredible, I thought. Dang, of course, the match with Beisterbosch, I believe it was, in the final.
Yeah.
Of course, Al Katie, I was looking at that one against Raga, that final there at the Spanish Open, which was incredible. But maybe the best was Ko Ping Chung at the U.S. Open.
Don't forget Jason Shaw.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, there were so many. It was hard to really pick. It's kind of what flavor you like, I guess, because they were all covered.
Yeah, I think them big Open events, really, when you look at it, because you've got the first 4 days play, you know, all on the YouTube stream, and then we got Sky Sports coming in for the last 2 days with 3 tables, then it all goes down to 1. I think every single Open event, what you've just named there, you could say, or every final was the best of the year. How do you pick one?
Yeah, and they were just all either incredible performances when we didn't have close scores, or it seemed like it was hill every final. So it was either Ko Ping Chung really putting on a performance of a lifetime to get that U.S. Open, kind of like Kachi at the UK Open, or it was some type of real thriller one way or another to win the event. I like his choice, really. I think he kind of felt like it was a bit of a two-way.
Yeah, he was going for the pot, but in the back of your mind, what you're saying is, if a hair on the thin side, he can go safe.
Now, Skylar, a little known for slow starting at times, so can't afford any slow starts with these guys. And, of course, these races to 5, even though many matches to play. Similar shot here, a little better cueing.
Yeah, if you remember the 2022 Premier League, Skylar was near the bottom of the league, and I think it was the last 2 or 3 days. He went on a mad one and won something like 10 matches on the spin to get himself right up there.
Pretty nice stroke there. Going to get around the 3 nicely.
Yeah, great shot there from Woodward. Kind of get the feeling this setting, this environment's going to suit him better as well, where, you know, it's in the pool hall and there's people watching.
Yeah, I think all the players, they really love and respect each other as a whole. Of course, they all can't be best friends. That's just how human nature is. But, of course, having the fans here, and many of the fans they know, makes for a very comfortable setting here at US 1 Billiards.
You can just see the other table to the right. That's table 2. Albin sat in the chair. That's the young Filipino, Bernie Regalaro, 19 years of age. He's down 4-2. But it looks like he's at the table with a chance to go 4-3 down. We'll keep you posted. Yeah, after these 2 balls, we'll try and have a little nosy over there. Oh, Woodward takes the first with a good shot on the 2 ball. Well, he's made a mistake, the young Filipino. Albin's back at the table, Six ball looks a little awkward.
I think through the years, so many great Filipino players, but there was, kind of a consistent theme as far as getting used to the tournament atmosphere for these great young Filipino players. They play so many action matches and so many different things in the pool rooms back in the Philippines, and the tournament setting sometimes can take them a little while to adjust.
Yeah, what you mean is that because everything's just brand new in this type of setting?
Yeah, it's just the setting itself is different, right? And of course, playing all great players and probably somewhat of heroes to a young Bernie.
Well, we've just seen Albin play a nice little shot there to give himself a look to win the match. It's Woodward to break. That's better from Woodward because his break could have been questioned over the last couple of years. The inconsistency of the break.
Yeah, and more so when he starts a match, so that's a good sign here for Woodward. Tough shot here on the 2 if he can get at it. I think he can. This ball's going to fall awfully funny, cueing over the 6. If the 2 does go, it's very tight, but how do you really work the cue ball?
Can he make the 5 ball with the cue ball?
I think that would be the better shot, but the cueing, I think. Oh, the safety, what a smart play.
Yeah, good touch. Good cue ball. Both Ko brothers, obviously. Ko Pin Chung's older brother is playing in this event. Ko Pin Yi, he's the current Masters champ.
Yeah, pretty good discipline early, right? Not to go for a shot there and play the safety.
Needs to catch a rail after contact, which he does. If the 2 ball did not reach the rail, it would have been a foul ball in hand. Yeah, Albin Ocean did get the win over on table 2. Is this going to be a Ko Pin Chung special where he just drags this ball in? Will he try and find the gap? Yeah, he plays the drag. So good at that shot.
I think on the new felt, too, I think it's pretty essential. I mean, to have that shot from distance, you can really kill the cue ball. When you're close to the ball, it doesn't matter that much. A little preference, but if you have an extreme angle or some distance between the cue ball and the object ball, it's super important to have that shot in the arsenal.
Yeah, and it's very early stages. I don't want to start talking about Reyes Cups, JJ, but we could see Ko Pin Chung in that team. That's going to be such a different feel of event, isn't it? It's never been done before. It'll be interesting to see how, the likes of a Ko Pin Chung, if he gets in the team, handles that type of environment.
Well, it'd be interesting to see, of course, if it goes down like the Moscone as far as picks and whatnot. If one of the Ko brothers is in there on points and one of them's right there on points, it's, to be a 4th or 5th spot if they're going to get picked because of such a strong duo between with the 2 brothers.
Well, what you've seen here in this rack is just cue ball perfection from Ko Pin Chung as he ties the match up. Just sending a little message back over to the Woodward camp. Basically saying, I'll be patient. You can see SVB, he's made his way over to table 2. He's playing Vietnam's Nguyen An Tuan, talented left-hander.
Yeah, I got to watch Win-On-Tuan there in Boston. It seems like he's improved his game. Super talented, like you said earlier, maybe as talented as anyone in the building. Maybe just needed to shore up a few things, you know.
What do you feel like you've spotted then? In what department?
It seems like he's just a little calmer, you know, a little, you know, tones down the cue ball a little bit at times more. Before he really a shot maker, let the cue ball get turned loose a bit more, and now it just seems like he's matured in his game, maybe taking it a bit more seriously to the next level with the World Nineball Tour. The break hasn't been the best so far for Ko Ping Chung.
Yeah, looked a little thin and a bit too much draw on it, so it come quite low down onto this rail. Here's another look. Watch where the cue ball goes. A little unfortunate, but just didn't look great.
Yeah, but what we saw last year with him making the one in the side, you got to believe he's not too happy with that hit. A little unfortunate with the cue ball, of course, but it was a dry break regardless. Now this combination, not hard. I wonder how straight it is with the 8 in the air, if he can hold the 3 for position after he shoots the 3-5 here in a moment. He didn't get across enough. I'm surprised he punched that versus kind of running the cue ball. Because you can handle distance on the combo, right? I mean, you don't have to be, like, really close to it. I don't know if I'd even shoot at this now, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't look too pretty, does it? It looks very thin.
Well, it's hard to come across, too, with the 7 there to gain position on the 3, and I feel like the 3 may get tied up onto the 8, maybe. If he shoots it, he's got to really either come inside the 7 or beyond it and take some distance on the 3. First things first, got to make the combo. And this is what I was suspecting was going to happen. Can he play a light one, just holding on the 8 here?
Yeah, he's aiming low on the cue ball. So just watch the cue ball, that little drag shot. It's not exactly what he wanted. It's an easy kick, but he's not just trying to kick this ball, he's going to look for things.
I wonder if he's trying to kick safe here, or if he puts some speed on this, maybe tries to fluke it in off the 6 in that lower left corner. That's what I would look at if I was going to try and make it, right? Maybe send it into that 6. Could try to nick it, I guess. Maybe bank it up back into the position where it's at now.
No, it's gone wrong.
Yeah, tricky out, though. With the 4 near the rail, having to get across for the 6 here in a moment.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you're playing on this 4-inch pocket. And I know the cloth's new and the balls are new, so they are playing still a little more generous. You just feel like your cue ball's got to be a bit tighter, don't you?
Yeah, all these shots are just, it's not easy to check the cue ball with spin and really kind of make it do what you want. You have to succumb to the table a bit. It's going to be a little short side here on the 6. This is pretty stress-free, though, with the 8 there, because if he gets to where he doesn't like it, and that was all about the cue ball. That was that slick felt.
Yeah, the cue ball just graced the 9-ball and scratched.
Looks like he's going to draw back for the 7 in the side. We have 2 sessions here at the PLP, afternoon session and then the evening session, which will run locally, I believe, from 5:30 to 10. I believe that's the second session.
Yeah, plenty of action. the current US Open champ, wins rack 3 off the Woodward mistake. So it's Ko Ping Chung 2, Woodward 1. We're at US 1 Billiards here in Connecticut. This is Jason Shaw's pool room. This is the first time the Premier League has come to a pool hall. It's got a great vibe going on. These are the two tables in action. Table 2 is in the distance. SVB is playing Win Antoine. This is our feature table. Woodward to break, trails 2-1. Looking for the one in the side, just hits it a little low. Needs a bit of love here with the 2. And he's got it. So yeah. Push out.
Big love, actually, and that's the thing with Skyler. Occasionally he gets a little quick with it, doesn't get the hit on the one he wants. You can see a little bend on the one as well. Like you said, though, a really nice 2-ball. 5-8, a little jammed up. Not sure it has both pockets. Look at this, he's rolling out to the jump.
Where would your head be in this position, JJ? Would you be like the modern day player, just get the jump cue out and play the shot? Or?
Well, you'd have to. You have to get to where you can play these shots. These safeties are just too often played, too often set up to play. Yeah, I think you have to go somewhat like they do in Asia in some places, to where you just have one day of jumping the ball, and that's all you do is practice it over and over and over, all kinds of different scenarios and situations. I think the jump safety's been the most powerful thing in the change with the jump cue, more than really making the ball.
Yeah, like swinging the ball around.
Yeah, they can.
The cue ball up there.
Yeah, they can clip the ball and run it. I mean, they do a number of things with that jump cue. I like going for this, going at the 2-9 with the cue ball.
Well, he's made a mess of that one. Fortunate where the 1 ball has ended up. Just because it doesn't look like Skyler can pop the ball.
Yeah, the new felt, when you put any speed, especially I think a little inside English there, cue ball deflected quite a bit more. I'd like to set this up a little angle to draw into the rail and onto the 4, or onto the 5 rather. That way I can get the 1 further up the table. He stuck it pretty good, though. Easy to scratch on this 2-rail kick, catching the one a few different ways.
Often see pool players doing that when they miss a kick shot. They look back at the table, don't they, as if something crazy had happened.
Yeah, who picked up one side of the table all of a sudden. All right, he's on 2 fouls, but open table here. You got to figure he's going to attempt the run. And in 9-ball pool, 3 consecutive fouls by the same player is loss of game. Sometimes the balls get jammed up to where, you know, that situation's very playable. May just want to stop the cue ball here. Come 1 rail cross off the 4. Could go forward to get underneath it a little bit. He got a little flatter than I thought he would really get at, but now he's got to stun the ball a bit.
Always easy on the eye to watch Woodward just because he's a natural player. He just gets on with it. Just sees the shot, gets down, pulls the trigger.
Yeah, he had a kind of a breakout 2023 on the World 9-ball Tour, making a few semifinals. Didn't get the win, so looking to improve this year on that. And I'll tell you, watching a lot of youngsters out there coming along for the Americans. You know, I think Skyler's going to be a hard guy, whoever's captain, to not pick no matter what, points or not. But I think I don't think there's many shoe-ins there for Team America, besides, of course, SVB and Federer. You got to feel like they're going to be there. But I think Skyler's got to stay on it if he wants to make it by points. Tyler just had a great performance there in Boston, finished second.
Yeah, he's picking up some points to get on that Team USA side. We still don't know the venue yet, but I'm sure all that will come to tuition. Good run out there from Woodward to tie this match up. That's Nguyen Antoine in the background, the left-hander from Vietnam. He's playing SVB. He's currently 1-0 up. You can watch that match also on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel.
Yeah, when I watched Tuan play before, he kind of like stay offensive and kind of almost play the match like, yeah, if these go in, it's my match to win. If not, you know, maybe not my match to win this time. But I think I feel a little more like serious on every shot, really wanting to improve the game, become a little bit more of a grinder, you may say. But also another fun guy to watch play like Skyler Woodward.
Boy, the table looks quick. You know, there's a couple of shots I've noticed where the cue ball just keeps running.
Yeah, it looks like it's gotten attached to the purple 5, so another push out coming.
Well, he's kind of looking to see what jump shot he would leave. That's what he's playing. Yeah, this is what we call a push out. If you're tuning in for the first ever time, after the break, the very next shot, a player can call a push and pretty much do what you want, which he's done now. And now Skyler will have the option of playing this shot or giving it back. Hands it back. Doesn't like it.
Yeah, the 3 did get covered up on the push out, but you got to believe Ko Ping Chung's a favorite to make this, and the cue ball should go somewhat up table.
Going to find some cover.
Yeah, a lot of cover here. You may see a kick shot with some speed. The 8 near the side pocket. Could fluke a ball in or play the 8.
Yeah, and if you heard a round of applause, it wasn't for that shot. It was for a shot that was played on the other table. SVB must have pulled off a beauty. Oh, that's nice.
What do you like here, Carl? I mean, this is awkward here. The safety's awkward. Of course, the cut shot's pretty thin.
I think if I could see enough of it just to bank it past the 8 ball and hopefully hold the cue ball up towards the top right, maybe using the 9. At least you're leaving a thin one.
Yeah, the 4's a little on the side rail, so I don't know if he can get the snooker here, but some distance would help. Oh, pretty smart. He's going to leave the jump, though, or maybe a straight in.
Yeah, I think it's just got away from him.
I kind of like the shot, really, the simple, trying to get the simple snooker. I think he may elevate the cue here. I don't think he can go forward. Trying to kind of draw stun, but 1 rail below the 5 and back up for the pink 4.
Watch outside pocket.
If I recall right, we didn't have either co-brother in the PLP last year, correct? Don't recall them, either player being in it.
No, you are correct, JJ.
Nice shot there on the 5, letting the stroke out, coming across 2 rails. And the dynamic here is quite different. A lot of matches. It's not long enough races to really feel like you're going to get dug in the middle of the match or settle in. Really have to come out on all cylinders in these races to 5. Alternate break format, a little different there as well.
Yeah, we're going to switch over to table 2 for a moment. Win Antoine's at the table, kicking at this 3 ball, which he misses, so SVB is going to get ball in hand. Yeah, this match is available on Matchroom Pool Live channel. If you're struggling to find out where to watch these matches, because you're watching Table 1 feed, you can go over to matchroompool.com and all the information will be on there where to watch the matches. Okay, yeah. 2 out of 3 from Woodward on the break.
Well, he knows when he does have struggles with the break, it's getting a little quick, so I think he was very conscious of that there. You saw him take a much longer pause at the cue ball. Better backswing, 1 down, and a great spread. And I think the 2 may be available. It's close. It's a little thin, a little scary. Now you try to overcut this a bit, use the side rail here. That's a scary shot on the slick table. Cue ball could just slide up into the upper left. This is delicate.
Yeah, this was a shot that I just was not a fan of.
Yeah. I mean, if he could get it a little thicker, I mean, I wouldn't even mind drawing towards the 3, really, but that's why he's taking so much time, even though the 2 just inches from the pocket. This one can make you look silly. Oh.
He's done really well there. You know, he knew something like that was going to happen. He's done a fine job there.
Yeah, sometimes this tighter pockets will save you. Tricky little shot here. You can't take your eye off.
This is what happens when you find the one ball in the side. Consistency. This is what Sanchez Ruiz did so well. And it's Woodward with a break and run to tie this match up at 3-3. We're going to take a short break. Plenty of action coming for the rest of the day and the next 8 days here at the Premier League pool. This match is nicely poised, 3-3 in a race to 5. Kopin Chung will be breaking. As Win Antoine just in the background ties table 2 up, 2 racks each. We expect a lot of close matches, don't we, JJ?
Absolutely, and a lot of matches that are going to mean a lot as days go on. I think this ball may have opened up. It's another shot he really excels at, that little bit of angle, but being able to hold the ball from distance. That's what he needs here with the 3 and the 4 here on the same side rail. It's kind of like a little bit of a drag on the cue ball. It's just so good at that shot.
Yeah, I mean, it just went in clean as well.
Yeah, and if you let up a hair, the cue ball leaks quite a bit more on you. It doesn't hold, so definitely a shot practice, but it needs practicing because it will come up. Probably want to stun out here, stay above the 5. He's going to fall below it. Maybe try and run the cue ball between the 7, 8 a little bit, getting from the 5 to the 6. And he's in a good spot now. Just going to take the distance on the 6. Hitting the gap between the 7, 8 with the 7 near. Pretty smart play.
Yeah, because of the short races, this is where, you know, in these particular score lines, 3-3 or 3-2, you're going to see a player really, you know, dial down and just take a bit more pace off their play. He knows how important it is to just get on the hill with this chance.
Come all the way down between the 8, 9 for the 8 and the side. He's going to stay for the corner. A little surprising. I'm all about the corners, but I thought he may run the cue ball for the side there.
One thing you won't see is Ko Ping-chung whack this ball. Just goes in at a nice pace. And he's the first player on the hill. Got a little bit of breathing space, if you can call it that. And just seeing the distance, his older brother, right in the corner there, practicing away with Victor Zielinski.
Oh, when Antoine just missed a really duck 6 ball to take a 3-2 lead, at least most likely. I mean, really easy shot.
Two good breaks out of 3 for Woodward. That meaning the one ball has gone into the side pocket. Boy, does it need one now. Good signs, JJ, from Woodward on the break.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably going to try and get the cue ball back where it's at now, I would guess, maybe. On the safety off the bottom of the 2. Could run off the top. The pink 4's in the way a bit. I like just bringing the cue ball back aggressively, trying to get behind the 8. Pretty nice effort there. I think he did get the snooker. The jump cue is an option. Pretty easy kick.
That will have been in the back of his mind, missing that ball like that.
I think he's giving up a shot in the side. It's really close. Bit of an angle. Definitely can get at it, though. Could draw just beside the purple. Could run the cue off the top rail as well.
Well, this is now a good chance. Just got to make sure you don't land on the rail. Don't want to be straight on the 4. Yeah, that's fine.
He may draw back for the 5 in the side. May stun out for the 5 in the corner. Just a little preference here. Looks like the stun. Yeah, he probably doesn't want to go further with the cue ball and get further away from the 6, but he'd like a little less angle on the 6. Yeah, from where the 5's at. So he did go forward, trying to get to where he can hold the cue ball.
Still got to be a bit careful here, haven't you? Just because of the sheer distance. I think just make sure you pop the 6 clean. Cue ball should take care of itself there. Played that wonderful.
Yeah, got the cue ball off the rail, and saw Skyler in Vegas a couple weeks ago. We talked quite a bit. And he feels like he's playing as well as he ever has. Really? Oh wow! Just as I opened my mouth, thought that one was in the bag.
Put a quick one in, didn't he?
Yeah, I figured I'd get it out of the way, but wow, didn't expect that. A nice out he was making as well. He's going to have to gamble a little bit here, I think, going 4 rails, or can he kill the cue ball? 2 rails. I guess he can. It's not too thin.
Yeah, maybe even use the 3rd rail. Coming towards that rail anyway. Big mistake there from Woodward. And he's going to hand the point and the match on a plate, really. Well, in the end, comfortable win for the current US Open champ. Woodward hands it over on a plate. I'm going to take a break, but then I'm going to come back with the man who owns the club, Jason Shaw, against Victor Zielinski. Don't go away. Pool players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open. Welcome back to day one here, Premier League pool. We've seen 2 matches so far. And we've also seen myself and JJ, but welcome Scott Frost, the new voice of the tour. How are you doing, Scott? How much are you looking forward to this week and this event in particular?
Absolutely pumped. Thank you so much, Carl. It's my first PLP, but I am very excited with the players the likes of Ko Ping Chung and Filler and Shaw and Albin and Mario, Al-Kaidi. It ought to be exciting. That's to say the least.
Yeah, the list goes on. Talking of lists, this is table 1 action. 2 matches so far. We've seen the classic between the young guns, Ghost and Filler. Ghost looked a little edgy, made some mistakes, and then a similar type of match. Woodward had chances, too many mistakes in the end. Ko Ping Chung took. This is table 2. Albin won over the young Filipino, 5-2. And the other match is still going on. SVB leads Nguyen An Tuan from Vietnam, 4-3. We'll keep you posted. Next up, well, it's the club owner, the man who owns the club, Jason Shaw, against Victor Zielinski. We'll talk about Victor Zielinski soon, Scott, because you've just been at a tournament what he won, so we'll get into that. You can give us your thoughts.
Yeah, Carl, Victor is definitely one of the favorites here, in my opinion, from what I saw last week. He is going to win the lag as well.
Yeah, and because of that win late last night, you've not had much sleep, Scott. Neither has Jeremy Jones. Travelled through the night just like Victor, so he's going to be feeling tired, but the adrenaline and the fact that he won that tournament over in Boston, he's going to be feeling good.
Yeah, he actually met us at the hotel. We both got there, or we all three got there around 3 o'clock in the morning this morning, but he said he was going straight to bed. I think he's got enough sleep, and he's young, Carl. He's real young. 24 years old, I believe. But the man at the table, we all know Jason Shaw, in his home room, probably going to be tough to stop.
Yeah, and I think that would affect a lot of people because 5 minutes ago I seen Jason Shaw unpacking a box, putting a chair together. Now he's over there playing. Not a lot of people could do that, could they?
No, but Jason can.
Yeah, we've known Jason a long time. We know his character.
Yeah, pretty fine shot right there to the gate. I don't know if he cut him off or not, Carl, but it looks like he did because Zielinski's going to the short queue.
Yeah, and it's notable to see Shaw's physique has changed since the Mosconi Cup. He's been going on a mad one. He's been swimming 90 minutes every day. He's dropped quite a lot of weight.
Yeah, I'd say he's lost at least 20 pounds since the Cup. But who's counting? Where do you go here, Carl? Behind the 6?
Well, maybe Ara's counting.
Maybe Ara is counting.
Yeah, behind the 6, get the 1 ball back tracking towards the cue ballers. Oh, he's hit it a little funny.
Yeah, I think he's caught it a fraction full there. Cue ball checked up a little too soon. This could be a problem here because these balls are laying decent until you get to the 3.
That helps things a little, doesn't it? Moving
Exactly.
that ball out.
I agree, Carl. I think that does help.
Again, another good shot that. They can make you, sometimes you can hit them a little weird and makes you look a little silly, but he's got a good look at the 2 ball here now.
Yeah, Carl, and spending all week really paying attention to his game. He wastes no time. His delivery through the ball is constantly the same. His consistency is just there. If he makes a mistake, he's not thinking about it the minute it's over. He's just on with it.
he's done well there as well, hasn't he? As good as he could have got on this combo.
Yeah, and the adjustment to this table seems natural to him. A little tighter pockets this week. I know that they probably like that, right? So they're going to have to pay attention a little bit more, but these guys really like to have to focus at the highest level. Little lazy there, Carl. He's over the purple 5.
Yeah, he's down quick. One of the few players who probably doesn't wear a glove when playing. Who needs sleep?
When you're 24 and never miss.
Yeah, they're clapping because SVB has got his first victory. He's 1 from 1 as he beats Win Antoine 5 racks to 3.
And that's a much-needed win for the American boys. Skylar Woodward going out first round. He will be back. Congratulations, SVB.
Yeah, Zielinski's showing you guys watching, if you've never seen him, what he is capable of. He plays fast, he gets on with it, he'll attack the table.
Really showed a lot of emotion last week at the rankings event in Boston. I wasn't expecting it because you don't see much emotion from Zielinski during the games. Even in the midterm, after each match, never saw any emotion. When he got to the final, well, you knew it. He was excited.
Yeah, it's a ranking event, so it's going to go towards the one-year Mosconi Cup list. So, you know, these things matter early on, don't they, Scott?
Absolutely. I think far past any money, they are really working hard at the Super Bowl of Pool, which is the Mosconi Cup.
Well, Jason's he's having a good look at some. Maybe he thinks the rack's slightly twisted a particular way, so maybe that's made him choose where to put the cue ball.
Well, the purple 5 is finished pretty tough here. He's got some work to do, Carl.
Yeah, hit that cue ball very thin as well.
He's definitely going to go at this back and forth above the 7. He'd like to get a slight angle on this purple 4. Excuse me, the pink 4. Oh, and he's gone in the drink. The cloth is lengthened out there, Carl.
Yeah, Jason has got a new cue sponsor. I know he played in a tournament recently in Vegas, and I know he was saying he's not quite 100% with it yet.
On that replay, we could see the cue ball bending, and that's the new cloth, but these guys are all too familiar with that.
Yeah, Zielinski's not happy where the cue ball's finished.
Yeah, the position of the green 6 is going to be a little thin. Oh, he's forced it. I think he wanted to catch a piece of that 8, Carl.
Yeah, I thought it was guaranteed to hit the 8. Maybe it's my old eyes.
So what now? Does he try and nudge him up under the black 8? Or does he stay aggressive?
He's a young man, so he's attacking this into the top corner.
Well, the speed was key there, right? If he hits that a little bit harder, I think the ball holds up. But he's all too aware of good speed.
Table 2 action is underway. David Alcady, current European Open champion. He's playing Michael Feliciano, the Filipino, the talented Filipino. But it's Zielinski here who wins the opening 2. Giving Shaw something to think about. Obviously, we've said it's Shaw's home club. You know, he wants to put in a good, strong performance here, doesn't he? He'll have friends here watching that maybe have never travelled somewhere around the world to watch him compete.
Yeah, and you can assume that that could really work for him or work against him. It's always been like a personal debate amongst players, whether it's good or bad to play out of your home room. I think that Jason will shine this week. Might be a slow starter, but he will shine. Zielinski, Carl, is one player that I've noticed, and there isn't many, that break off of the back rail. And in doing this, he's cueing quite a bit longer. In Boston, he mishit the cue ball a few times, but when he makes good contact, typically has great results.
Really? I've not seen that from anyone up until right now.
Yeah, it's definitely different, right? You just don't see these guys doing it.
Yeah, it just seems like it wouldn't be comfortable to break that way.
Yeah, touchy shot here.
Done well overall. He's got to be happy with that.
Zielinski loves to bring out the short cue. This situation, I believe he's got a kick at this. Speed is all too important. Oh, I thought he hit it perfect for a moment. Think he could have done a little better there, Carl.
Yeah, you expect the cue ball to be touching the pink 4, don't you?
And if not touching, directly behind, right? He's gonna have a pretty easy clearance here. I don't know that he can make the one.
Look how steep he's getting on this jump shot.
Everything going the young man's way early in this first set.
I'm just trying to get a gauge of Shaw's cue because I know he tampers with extensions a lot, doesn't he? This has gone horribly wrong.
Well, I saw movement in the backhand. I saw bad movement there that I typically don't see. Turned his arm in. Now, let's take a look. Watch. Well, I don't know if you could get a look at the back arm there. I will have to mention this, Carl. I don't know if you guys have mentioned it. Shaw burnt his hand a few days ago, and it's his stroke hand. So I don't know how much it's going to affect him, but he's got a blister on there that's it's well over an inch long. He says when he puts outside English on the ball, his hand tends to want to flinch. So could that be a factor?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a nasty little burn, isn't it? It's all opened up, and I thought he'd have had some sort of like plaster on it, to be honest.
Yeah, and they say that a burn, you want the air to get to it. It's the best way for it to heal, but you do need to cover it from getting infected.
Dr. Frost in the house.
Yeah. All right, he's going to come 2 rails into this purple 5. all Zielinski so far.
You can just see he's brimming with confidence, can't you?
Yeah, he really is comfortable. You know, he won the U.S. Open 8-ball just a few weeks back. Then he wins the rankings event in Boston. And I can promise you, he's thinking he's going to win this.
Left himself a little bit of work to do on the 8-ball. But he just makes it look easy. Well, he has sent a message over to Team Shaw. Shaw's playing in front of his home fans. It's not gone the way just yet as he trails Zielinski 3-0. We'll be back in a moment. Well, the recent McDermott Classic winner, Victor Zielinski, winning that event late last night, driving through the night. Can't have had much sleep, but he's continued the form. He's won the opening 3 here, but it will be sure to break in rack 4.
Yeah, and this is a must-win game. And as soon as I say that, Carl, it never fails. He's broken dry. To make matters worse, Zielinski has a decent opener on the 1. He's worried about holding for the blue 2. He might have to go into it. He can use a little check side English or right-hand English. Catching the 1 a little thinner. Might have to go into the back of the 2, and I think that's what he's looking at.
Cue ball needs to stay away from the 5, which it does.
Yeah, and I don't know that he was trying that, Carl. He used outside English. You have to believe that he was trying to go into the 2 ball.
Yeah, the cue ball was extremely close to the scratch in the corner.
So things just working out for the young man, and he's playing great behind it. And that's how you win. He stayed away from the combination, playing the purple 5.
Ball went in a little bit thick. That helped the cue ball miss the 8. Just getting on with it, isn't he, Scott? Just not a care in the world.
Yeah, he looks good. Looks like he hasn't skipped a beat from Boston. And he's one of those players, the further it gets into the match, the quicker his pace picks up. It's got to be intimidating to most players. I'm sure Shaw is not intimidated, but he might be a little worried.
Yeah, how many times has Jason Shaw done this to opponents? But he's getting a number done on himself at the minute. 4 down. A lot of work to do. Feliciano is in the background on table 2. He's a colourful player to watch, the way he goes about his business.
Most certainly is, Carl. We talked about him in Boston as well. He's kind of a cross between a Carlo Beato and a Lee Van Corteza. Really choked up on the cue. But boy, he's aggressive. Fun to watch. Fun to watch, that Michael Feliciano.
Yeah, just getting a few glimpses in the distance as well. That game is available on Matchroom Pool YouTube as well, if you want to take a nosy. If you're struggling to get on that, just head over to matchroompool.com and that'll tell you everything you need to know and where to watch the matches in your area. So here's the break from the rail, hand on the rail. Wow, okay. He did it this time.
Yeah, when he hits them good, Carl, it looks real simple and it looks effective. Long bridge to make accurate hits on that cue ball, but he seems to do quite well at it.
Yeah, I noticed he made the wing ball there, Scott. Was he making the wing ball in Boston?
He was, but he also was making the 1. He was making the wing ball more than the 1, though.
I mention that because I'm wondering if this is going to be a thing where, you know what pool players are like? They watch, they learn.
Absolutely. Yeah, and he is just flowing right now. 5 balls away from a 5-0 win against the homeroom champion. Nothing is going to slow him down from here. And Victor Zielinski is going to take this, Carl, 5 games to nothing.
And he does take it 5 games to nothing, Scott, and he does it in double quick time. Not the start Jason Shaw wanted, but there's plenty more matches for him. We're going to take a short break, then we're going to come back with the world number 1, the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, against Dang Junhui. 256 pool players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open. Plenty of tournaments to look forward to coming up, but we're here at the Premier League pool, US 1 Billiards in Connecticut, table 1, order of play. Well, we've seen 3 matches. We've just seen our first donut of the tournament. Zielinski coming in early hours after a big win in Boston last night, 5-0 over Jason Shaw. Things didn't go too well for Fedor Gorst. Seems like Phil has got his number of late. This is table 2. Albin beats the young Filipino. SVB in a tough little match there with Win Antoine. And now there's another Filipino. That match is currently tied at 2-2 against David Al-Qaidi. Back to the action. Defending champion. Last year's winner. The player who's been in just blistering form for probably 24 months now. He's still the world number 1 on the World Nineball Tour rankings. But he's playing a man who come from nowhere, used to play years ago, then COVID, he disappeared, you know, he stayed in China doing his thing, come and played the Spanish Open, played unbelievable, won it, then just vanished again, and he's back.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Carl. I don't know much about him, but when he came in this room this morning and started practicing, I noticed immediately that he's got to be at the highest level. Speaking of highest level, FSR at the table made a comeback in Boston last week that the crowd will never forget.
Elaborate.
Well, he was leading pretty big in a match. I want to say he was leading 8-2. His opponent, forgive me, comes back, and I believe it was Mario He comes back and leads 10-8. And then Ruiz gets a chance at the table, never lets He back to the table, makes an amazing jump on the hill, and it was just something to behold. Is he going to bank the 2 forward and go behind the 7? Or is he going to come over behind the 9? Well, he's used the 3 and 4, or excuse me, the 3 and 5. I've been in Boston way too long.
Yeah, controlled the 2 ball very nice there. Now we're going to get a look at Dang. Not a great look because of the shot, but he looks wonderful on the cue. Very nice cueist. And he also plays very quick. He likes to get on with it as he kicks the 2 ball in the side pocket.
Yeah, and at the speed he hit that, you have to think that he played it. Wow, that was not easy.
What
at
a
all.
shot he's played there, Frosty. What a shot that was. This is just the way he plays. He does not hang about. He sees the shot. He's a very natural player.
And that's what I noticed right away when I saw him practicing. He looks very natural. He looks just at ease up there, looks very solid. Addresses the cue ball as good as I've seen. Similar, in my opinion, to Little Co as far as how he addresses the cue ball. Got a little thin here.
Well, I promise you, it's not a speed pool tournament. If you're tuning in for the last 30 minutes, you might be mistaken, but it isn't. As Dang Junhui takes the opening rack.
Yeah, we've had little to no tactical games as of yet. But that's just how good these guys are breaking.
Yeah, and that rack kind of looked like it could go a little bit safety, but just the way he kicked the opening ball in. Yeah, David Alcade in the distance there. That match is tied at 2-2. He's playing Feliciano, who's been doing well over the last 10 months. He won a big event out in... He got to the final, sorry. Ko Ping Chung beat Feliciano out in the Philippines at that Sharks event. That was, I think it was 40 or 50,000 to the winner, and you know better than anyone, Scott, the field that tournament would have been like.
Yeah, Jeremy Jones was telling me about his performance there. I believe he's come up dry here, Carl. Seemed like he hit those balls a little firmer than some of the other guys we've been watching so far today.
Yeah, I think that's what stood out in Spain when he won the Spanish Open. He doesn't like to baby anything. Tricky opening shot here for Ruiz. Got to thread the needle with the cue ball.
Yeah, definitely tricky. Does he elevate or does he stay level? Looks like he's going to stay level. And you called it, Carl. thread the needle, and I think he's done it. But now what? Can he draw past the 7? Or is he too straight? And the cue ball just kind of stunning with that extreme high, that forward momentum. With that extreme high, it will overkill at times on new cloth.
Watch out, cue ball. A little fortunate where the 3 has ended up. Well, there's a lot of distance here, Scott, isn't there? Is he got to go over the 8-ball full, or is he going into the rail?
Yeah, he's jump kicking to the left long rail. Well, he's made a good hit. He does not waste time once down on the ball.
Not much of a gap, is there, because of where the purple 5 is. So I may have to go forward above the right side somehow.
Yeah, that's a good point. He really can't come to the right side of the lower end of the table. If he does, he's going to flirt with the purple 5 and the brown 7. He's got to get to the pink 4 next.
He played the gap, didn't find the gap.
No, and that's what we were talking about. I think he can dice this in, but his other concern is the brown 7. The bank is on as well, but it looks like he's going to cut, Carl. Let's take that back. Really nicely done.
Patience from the world number 1.
I think that's what makes FSR exceptional. His all-around game, his defensive play, and his kicking is outstanding. Tactical side is great.
Must have made a good hit there. Yep, he did.
Pretty good. That's about all he could do. Didn't want to let him swerve to the edge of this. I don't think he can on the new cloth. I think he's got to go to the bottom rail.
Don't be surprised if he gives it a good old whack. Yeah, this is his style of game. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, by the way. It was in a tricky spot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I think his percentages of fluking something in could be pretty high there. You can't really fault him. Tough to play a hidden ball there or any type of a defensive play. FSR saying to himself, what must I do? He's got to watch out for the 9. Carl, this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? He will play safe if needed, and he's very good at it.
Full ball contact, Scott. Things can happen.
Well, I believe FSR finally has an opening. Can he hold the cue ball for the purple 5?
Yeah, and I bet that's quite thin, that pot, isn't it? You know, this angle would be very deceiving.
Yeah, it's a great point. On camera, this looks pretty deceiving. Very tough to hold this ball, and he's not going to roll it. He overcut it. Looked pretty flinchy there in that backswing. Wonder if he's low on rest as well.
It's like this shot from Dang. He's not even really had a look, has he? He just got down.
Oh, maybe he should have looked. I don't know if this passes.
Maybe playing a hair too quick.
But everything keeps finishing funny for FSR. He's going to have to play the 9.
Yeah, cue ball off the left side into the 9.
Nicely done.
Yeah, so in the end, you're not going to keep getting away with it. Dang, miss an opportunity to win rack 2. And it was a nice Karen from Ruiz to tie it up. And his best friend, his buddy, who he tours all over the world with, David Al-Qaidi, late entry into the tournament as well. Niels Fine had to pull out. I think he had some pneumonia or something. He's on the mend now, so we wish Niels well. David got the call up. Now he's battling away. 3-3, that match is.
Yeah, and I think it's a good choice, right? Al-Qaidi always in the mix, one of the best players in the world. Going back to the shot that Deng shot, though, the ball was hanging in the pocket, and he is such a quick player. Maybe he's playing a little too quick. He didn't exactly look at where he needed to be on the purple 5. He just went ahead and shot, ended up with that tough combination, and it cost him the last game, Carl.
That shot right there, you know, it's not all about the break. We know that there's a lot more elements to the game of 9-ball. You know, you got to have a lot of bottles to have won what Francisco's been winning as well, but he really is. He was sort of the first player when the break rule got changed just to, you know, just to figure it out the quickest. And he moves the cue ball in a little bit. A lot of players keep it in the corner of the box. He's 2 or 3 balls over.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I've seen other players follow suit as far as moving that cue ball in. He's caught this ball real heavy, and I saw some body movement there. Quickly to the jump cue. He's got to really get over this, Carl.
Another funny leave for Ruiz. Well, I think he can get the cue ball down towards the 6 at a second glance.
Yeah, I think that's the right call there. Just want to chip the 2. You can use the 7 and the green 6 as cover. Didn't want to catch the point. I don't know that he can get to the top rail, but if he can, it might be a decent escape. If he gets behind the 6, he's really got Deng cut off. Not again. I think he can make this one, Carl.
Yeah, at first glance I thought he'd got away with it, but I think you're right. I think you can see enough of the 2 ball. Every match race to 5. Everybody's going to play everybody over the next 5 days. And then we're going to lose the bottom 6. So we'll have 10 players going forward. Then over the next 2 days, they'll go again, Scott. They'll all play each other again. But all the points carry forward. So however many points you're on after the 5 days, that carries forward. Doesn't start again.
It's great information to know. Good clean hit. That's a good sign for FSR. He's got a little work to do still. Inside English past the 7, or can you come around it? And that's what I was worried about. I thought he might be able to kill it above the 7, Carl, to the short side of it, and taking the cut on the 6.
Nice bank shot there on the 6. This is thin. If he's going to pot it in the bottom right.
Yeah, and his concern is getting to the 8. Cue ball's naturally going to head towards the top right.
Cue ball's just got lost a little. It was a good pot, waiting clean. Just the way the opening 2 racks have gone, you just feel like this is a bit of a moment.
Playing this in the lower right corner. He's hit it clean.
Boy, that table looks to be running quick. The cue ball just keeps going. Well, I think Ruiz is showing us all why he's the world #1 on tour, and he is the defending champion as he wins the 3rd rack to lead Dang 2 racks to 1. First time the Premier League pool, we have had fans. The last 2 years we've played behind closed doors. We've brought the event to a pool room, not just any pool room, it's actually Jason Shaw's pool room here in Connecticut, US 1 Billiards. That is the setting, that's the way we've set the tables up, 2 tables in play. The 2 tables to the far right are the practice tables for the players. Plenty of action. 8 days of non-stop day and night 9-ball pool. This is a tiring event for the players. You've got to be fit. Oh, the cue ball was going. That little flick has kept it dry. And what a chance he's got here, Scott.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The cue ball was going. It got a nice little flick by the brown 7, and it's dressed up perfectly for the 2. Came in this morning, Carl. There was probably 40 or 50 people in line to get in. The vibe was really good. Looking forward to this week.
Yeah, and the way the arena's been set up, it's been set up where I don't think it's been a free-for-all of ticket sales. I think it's been a limited number, so every seat sold. You're literally at the front. You know, you literally could touch the table, it seems like.
Yeah, you're right up on it. It's more like a VIP experience. And Dang is off and running, but he's fallen flat here. We are working with 4-inch pockets. New cloth. Rail first. Did he use a rail first there?
No, he went in. Yeah, he went into the ball and just tried to use the left spin, which is a little easier on a club table, isn't it? Because it'll just bite and come over.
Right. Boy, when he misses, and I'm obviously not picking on him, but when he misses, it looks pretty bad, Carl. So quick, right?
Yeah, I think when he's on, he's dangerous. Like, you know.
A lot of these guys.
Yeah, exactly. But I think he's just. I think he's just a hair too quick, isn't he? You want to just say,
It seems.
chill out a little bit.
Yeah, it just seems like he's a little ahead of himself. I can see where he's devastating, but right at the moment, settle down. Just what the doctor ordered for FSR.
Yeah, things are going okay for his buddy as well. Al-Qaedi is on the hill over under the table. He leads Feliciano 4 racks to 3. We may try pop over there at some point as well. You're going to get that from Ruiz. That's just how he's always played. I think I used to do it the same. You know, when you hit it, you got that little bit of movement. And I always felt when I played Scott, I was very still. And then when I watched some videos, I thought, I've got a terrible cue action.
Well, you don't have a terrible cue action, but I think we're all the same, right? Just like yourself, you've got a face for radio. I do as well. And when we listen to ourselves, we're not thrilled about it. You know, we're not thrilled about it. It's even worse when we watch ourselves.
Did you just say I've got a face for radio?
Well, it's possible.
Wow. And it's only day one.
FSR leading 3-1. He's had success on the break. Very consistent with this one ball. And as soon as I say that, it comes short. And he's dry.
Boy, does this ball chop. Can he snip this ball in? How about that, Scott? The very first game, the very first rack of this tournament. Golden break.
Amazing.
Phil, I mean, what's the chances of that? The very first rack. Boy, he's been unlucky there.
Yeah, he really has been unlucky. He had to really back cut that ball. It wasn't frozen, which makes it even tougher. In off the back of the 8. Pretty cold-blooded.
It has to be said, though, he's had a bit of the run of the ball and he's made a lot of mistakes. So let's not get, you know, a little giddy. Maybe he's just getting the right punishment.
Yes, and it is only day one.
Floating through the gap with the green 6 and the 9.
Interesting there. I watch his game closely. He pulled the cue stick back directly after contact on the white. Sometimes that tells me he's a little uncomfortable, even though he's leading 3-1. It's interesting to watch what his cue finish is like. There, he went through a little bit better. But the shot before, Carl, he literally pulled the cue backwards about 3 inches.
You don't miss a trick, do you, pal? You're always watching, aren't you? You're watching every little move for something, aren't you? Table 2 is tied at 4-4. Feliciano is at the table.
Well, FSR contemplating the attack or the defense. He can weld him to the 6, but you really don't want to let your man back to the table. And if he cuts this pink into the left middle, he's got to avoid the green 6. I think he can. He didn't like it. But I feel like you can do better than that, Carl. If you're going to play this shot, you've really got to get him tight to the green.
I think he just feels like these situations, as long as he gets some form of hook, I feel like he's still riding this wave, isn't he? He's still got that mantle of the world #1. Just keep playing the hook. It's going to turn out okay for me. Doesn't always do that.
Well, he's hit that clean as you can hit it. That ball's lengthened out a little bit. FSR can cut at this or weld him to the backside of the 8. I don't think the scratch is on if he decides to go defense. Yeah, and this is what he's chosen. He's gotten it done. Or has he gotten it done?
Just a little bit of swerve on this ball, I think. Well, he's going 2 rails. Give it up. It's not going to be good enough at this level. And it's this 9-ball. Feliciano with a big point there in his first match and his first ever Premier League. So as one Spanish player loses, another one is going along nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I got to say it. Shane Van Boening, we lose Skylar Woodward, loses his first round this morning. Shane Van Boening wins 3 U.S. Open titles last week at Griff's in Las Vegas. Wins the 10-ball, wins the Banks, and then Carl goes on and wins the 1 pocket. It's pretty hard to do. I think it's Shane's week here because he won his first round as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the American ends up doing.
Is he your pick?
He is my pick.
I should hope so after that speech. Obviously SVB, class player, been playing a long time, still doing the business. Talking of business, Dang started off well, and then it's just been mistake after mistake. Push out required, unless you can see an edge.
Yeah, and I believe Dang won the first game. Looked good. We were bragging on him, and the wheels have fallen off.
Well, it was the shot you were talking about where he just got down and played that ball over the pocket, and it's quite unusual because you know better than anyone. When the ball is over the pocket, it can be funny.
Absolutely, it can be funny, and he got too quick with it, came too far on the pink 5, and then played the combination on the 7 awfully quick. Sold the carom out to FSR, and that got him off and running.
Doesn't need to play this shot, but he's having a good look. He likes something. Just kicking the 1 up towards the 3 ball. Oh, he's played it exactly how he wanted, up towards the red 3. Keep the cue ball here.
Yeah, Carl. And that's what I was discussing earlier. He's so tactical. He's so clever in those situations.
How about that for a shot, by the way?
Yeah, you've got one naked ball to get behind from a long distance. I mean, he's really got him in a spot here. Due to the position of the red 3, and then notice the blue 2 and the 7, he's got work to do. He's going to try and split the 2 and 7 or come in front or the left side of the 2. That's the question. He's in a spot. He can't even swerve around to the 1 because the 9 is so close to it. That tells you how bad it was.
Also tells you how patient Ruiz is. Just let Dang keep flying at these balls. He knows he's got his opponent on tilt.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And that's the savvy of the best player in the world for the last 24 months.
The action continues. Table 2 is just starting out. We've got Mario He from Austria. He's playing Ko Pin-Yi, the older brother of the US Open champ Ko Pin-Chung. That match is starting out on table 2.
And just like that safety right there, Carl, look at this. Look at this. And he seems to do this more than not. But the safety that Dang had with ball in hand, he was just a little lazy. If you get another inch behind that 9, he's cut off from that angle. But instead, look at what FSR has done to him.
Yeah, and listen, on another day, he doesn't get the hook, but it doesn't matter. It was the speed he played it and the line. He'd have left a funny shot on the 1. He can't get on the 2. The purple 5 still tied up.
I mean, that's not going to do it. You've got to know that this new cloth is not going to come back on you quick enough, so you really have to dig on that masse.
Yeah, try and explain to the non-pool player watching what happens when it's brand new as opposed to, let's say, 2 months old.
Yeah, so if you're using outside English, it's almost like a low deflection shaft. You have to aim directly at the aim point because the English isn't really going to take on new cloth. And then, for instance, that masse there, when you dig into that ball and it swerves out, you best know that it's not going to swerve back for quite some time.
Chasing the 9 ball here as a 2-wayer. Lock up the cue ball. Has he made it?
No, he hasn't, Carl, but that's what he's done with the cue ball. Dang had the same opportunity 2 innings ago and didn't get the job done.
He's hit the 1, but he's not hit a rail after contact. So that will be a foul, ball in hand, and I think Ruiz will be chasing the 9 ball again, Scott.
Yeah, you just don't think Dang is thinking correctly, probably. It happens to all of us, right? It happens to the best. It's just one of those matches. There, I think you've got to hit that with pace because if you miss it going in, you can hit it coming out. But instead, FSR off to the races.
Yeah, in the end, it was a very good performance from the defending champion. Showed a lot of patience. That was the combination that's got his first win on the board. 5-1 to Ruiz over Dang Junhui. Coming up next on table 1, Skylar Woodward lost his opening match. It's not getting easier. He's going to play Victor Zielinski.
Vibe as the Pool Club, and that must be something that makes you incredibly proud.
Yeah, of course. We played the Premier League, under the COVID conditions. Basically, that event was brought up around that time. So to have fans and watching means to be there on to the next one.
Well, best of luck, guys.
Thanks, man.
360 pool players, 6 days non-stop Nineball pool action here at the UK Open.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Jeremy Jones with Scott Frost. Here's the Table 1 order of play so far. Fedor Gorst loses to Josh Filler in the opener. Ko Ping Chung takes down Sky Woodward. And then Victor Zielinski with a big win over the room owner, 5-0 over Jason Shaw. I think we're going to move on to Table 2. Albin Ocean with an early victory over Bernie Regulario, the youngster from the Philippines at 5-2, Shane Van Boning. 5-3 over Winton Ann, and Alcady beats Feliciano 5-4. And I think we're going to go to an interview with Jason Shaw.
Jason Shaw, we're here at US 1 Billiards for Premier League Pool, your pool hall.
Yeah.
Just how excited are you for the week ahead?
Yeah, obviously today's the first day, so just hope everything kind of runs smooth, and then as the week goes on, obviously I think more people will be coming in the door to watch.
It's great to see for the first time in Premier League Pool history that there is spectators here. You know, it's got a real nice vibe as the pool club, and that must be something that makes you incredibly proud.
Yeah, of course, we've played the Premier League, under the COVID conditions. Basically, that event was brought up around that time, so to have fans in watching means a lot to the players, because yeah, it's good. Obviously, we have events, but sitting in a room when there's nobody there, and it's kind of it's not boring, but it's just kind of tough. There's no atmosphere, and it's hard to kind of get yourself up for it. But obviously, in the pool room, got a ton of people here, and everybody's enjoying themselves so far.
You just got off your first match against Victor Zielinski. How was that? I know you're playing with some tough conditions at the minute and with an injury to your hand.
Yeah, I bumped my hand last week really bad. But yeah, nothing to take away from Victor. He played well there. I didn't really do too much wrong. I played one shot and scratched, and other than that, I broke dry one stink shot, and he broke out broken run a couple of times. So short races, anything can happen, but it's only one match. There's plenty of matches left.
And we know how good an opponent Victor Zielinski is. The best thing about the Premier League is the stacked field. Every single opponent is going to be a real tough match, and that's great to see as a viewer.
Yeah, of course, there's going to be over 40 matches played. So yeah, every match is a tough match. Race to 5. Like I said, anybody can win. One little mistake just turns the match on its head, and you just got to go out there and just enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? Like race to 5, what are you going to do? You're going to put yourself under more pressure. Go out there and enjoy. If it's not meant to be, then on to the next one.
Well, best of luck, Jason.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, well, a great interview there, and I think he really hit the nail on the head, Scott, as far as the fans being here. I think in any sport you're always looking for a friendly face at times, and a lot of the fans know the players. I think it's a real special event here at his pool room this week.
Yeah, Jeremy, it's got to be a dream come true for Jason. I know he and his wife, Ara, they have to be proud. That being said, I don't think Jason's going to take too much to losing that first match. He's got a long week here. He can rebound real well. But the man at the table delivered that blow, and he's probably looking to do the same to Woodward. Both quick, powerful players.
Yeah, Victor, who just came off a win in Boston just last night. We saw him. We all arrived to the hotel in the AM hours. So he's a young man. He can handle it, but it's got a long 8 days here at the PLP, so you got to kind of maintain as you play so many matches. But really played beautifully there in Boston, really deserved the win.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And everything kind of going his way, but as we know, when you're winning in tournaments, things start to go your way, and nothing was on the break here in the black 8, come from nowhere, and ended up dropping from the 2. Now the 3 to the pink 4, Jeremy. He's got to avoid the 7.
Yeah, and I don't think you really want to get to the second rail here. You want to just float across as you. He did. He forced the second rail on the slick table. I thought that may get away. That's why I may have just played more of a float shot coming across into position. Now he's steep on the 4 with the 5 pinned on the rail. And that's just a little experience on the slick table. You come from the pool room table where you can check the ball nicely with little English. You don't worry about that so much. Watch out for the corner up the table. He's drawing the ball. So was he just settling there and not really trying to get position, making sure nothing bad happens maybe?
Yeah, it looked like it to me. I don't think he didn't hit it at the pace where he could even come around to the purple 5. But he likes to stay aggressive, right, Jeremy? So I wouldn't be surprised if he did something here.
So good with the cue ball in these shots, though, holding it behind the 7. Like you're gambling, maybe you make the 5, but that's not an easy shot, what he just did, even though he made it look easy.
Yeah, not easy at all, especially on this slick cloth, like you mentioned. It can get away from you. Skyler, a lot of good things can happen here if he makes contact. I thought he might come in from the backside of that
That's
ball.
what I thought also. To the bottom rail is what Scott's talking about, trying to come 2 rails underneath the 5.
Yeah, you could have got a lot of separation. You had cover between the 9 and the 6. Not that what he did was wrong. He made a good hit, close to making the ball, but hindsight is 20/20. Now, he missed this same shot a couple times up in Boston, Jeremy. Now looky here, he's gotten away with it.
And I wonder if the shot clock, I mean, he usually plays with no worry on the shot clock, really. I mean, plays at a nice pace, but got down a little quicker on that one than I expected. Could kick long rail at this, not the worst in the world, up to the top cushion, trying to come at it and make it. Don't think that's a bad play, really. I think there's a lot of ways you can still kind of keep him off the shot.
No, I think I have to agree with you. It's a big ball as well. Just don't let it slide on you. Oh, wow.
That's pretty cold. Nice hit. Now Skyler, who's had all kinds of different PLPs, it seems. A couple years ago, he really started slow. Had to come with it. I think he won some 10 matches out of 12 or something like that to get himself back into the final stages. Did lose his opener here against Ko-Ping Chung just a couple matches ago. Zielinski with a win over room owner, as we saw Jason Shaw. And had a small glitch with our graphic earlier. It was Feliciano that actually won that match over Al-Kaidi at 5-4. You can see Mario He and Ko-Ping Yi on table number 2. You can watch that, the Matchroom Pool live YouTube channel.
And if you're looking to get live scores, you can go to WNTLivescores.com. They will have all the live scoring for you. The man just looks comfortable.
Well, you and I talked about it. I think he's really improved his mental game as a whole. It's one thing that we talked about, you know, in the past with Zielinski that we talked about last night. It seems like he always has that session or part of a session during a match to where he just plays pretty flawless. Now these races to 5, it's hard to maybe get that going in these shorter races, but for a while he'd get set back by making a mistake or maybe a bad roll, and he would get pretty frustrated behind it. You could see it, a little slouch in the chair. Much different now these days, it seems, the last year or so. And I think it's been a conscious effort to work on that mental game.
Yeah, absolutely, Jeremy. And watching him last week, you know, he might be a little rough in games 1, 2, or 3, and then before you know it, he's put 5 or 6 racks on you in a flash. You just don't see anything from him as far as negativity.
You know, Skyler, who broke the balls pretty well as a whole in his first match. Very key in these races to 5, any races really. Got a little quick with the backswing, and that's when he misses the one in the side. He's going to open up the 1 ball. So Zielinski's still rolling well, whether it's him at the table or maybe his opponent with a little help.
And that just seems to be the story with Zielinski, but he's earned it.
Yeah, well, that 9-3 deficit he had in the semifinal yesterday there in Boston against Josh Filler, or any player really, but especially Josh, really kept composed, waited for his turn. I thought Josh made a little bit of a loose shot at 9-3 on the 1 ball, and from there it was all this man. I don't know if Josh really pocketed another ball during the set, really.
I don't believe he did. I was fortunate to be table side watching that match as well. It was really something to behold. And I guess if you come back on a guy like Filler the way he did in that fashion, your confidence is going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, this ball rested on the point a little bit. I think he may be able to cheat this and just pull it straight out to the middle of the table. Maybe some concern otherwise. So this camera's fooling us. This ball's sitting more on the point, I think, than we suspect. Oh, it wasn't bad.
No, you called it right, Jeremy. Right out of the gate, and he's fallen perfect.
Yeah, we tend to look at the faces of the players and try and figure out what they're thinking from there. I thought he was a little more disgusted, or not disgusted, but little, not so happy, let's say, about where that 5 ball fell, or the 4, was it? And now back in line. He played from underneath quite a bit on that, but should be okay.
Yeah, this is that type of shot. If it happened to skid at all, you could flirt with the right middle, but not going to happen with his stroke.
Quickly, 2-0.
Woodward needs to get something going. Like you said, on the break, a little quick with that backhand. He's had his success when he's consistent and fluid through the ball.
See a good look at table 2 right here. Mario He trying to get on the board. Had one of the most crazy things ever happen there in Boston. Shooting the 9-ball to win the match in the semifinal. I had 10-9 over Tyler Steyer. The 9-ball actually rocked on its own right before the cue ball struck the 9, the game-winning 9.
Fascinating and so unfortunate in that situation. The 9 was one that he's going to make 1,000 out of 1,000, and that was to get him to the finals.
It was 2 incredible comebacks by Tyler Steyer and the man at the table right now in those semifinals. And I'll tell you, he's got a piece here. He likes to stay aggressive. He may go for the cut, just trying to go right at the 3 with the cue ball.
Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. I wouldn't be surprised. As a matter of fact, I think that's what he's going to do if he can see enough of it. I think he can.
Yeah, he definitely can. He may even see enough of it to knock this 2 away and kind of hold the cue ball. He's cueing down. It's going to be the safety.
And it's really well controlled. Woodward probably going to come out with the short cue.
Yeah, as he should, really. And, just like Filler, maybe, I think at times FSR during his run doesn't get enough credit on the tactical side of things. Saul Zielinski break and run a lot of racks, but he was very good in this department as well, especially against Tyler Steyer. I thought he made some good decisions, passing some rollouts and some push-outs, and then some safety play as well. Try to make this, or you bang it back up table, trying to go into the 9 subtly.
He tried to make it. It's gotten a little difficult for Zielinski.
Yeah, we'll see how straight he shoots. Maybe he just knocks this in. I'm trying to roll it out, roll the ball with a level cue.
The only thing helping him here is if he does roll this 2 in, he can cut the 3 and go into the 8 if he'd like. He does need to get back down for the pink 4, nearest the 9 after shooting the 3. And that's all if he knocks this 2 down, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at a safety option. I mean, there's not a whole lot there for safety.
And he's missed it. Looked like he dropped the elbow just a fraction there.
Yeah, Skyler may have to just kind of like pinch this back and take the shot. Oh, got to go a little. It's going to run maybe a little thinner than he wanted, but a pretty good angle to slide this in with a little right English. Come down the right side of the table. All speed control.
He's another one that cues to the inside and goes to the outside on shots like that. Where's this going to end up? Right.
Not saying it's a worry. It would have been if he got directly over that 8, but now he's just got to pay attention where he's going with the cue ball. It looks like forward. Hate to roll it, though, but maybe a light stun.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. Well, he's rolled it. He's done fine with it. That cue ball's going to finish deep. And this is trouble. It's not easy, at least.
No, definitely a missable ball, and you got to get enough speed maybe to come 2 rails underneath the 8 and back up a little bit. We'll see how thin the 7 is first.
Oh, he's made it look easy, Jeremy. He doesn't want to get flat here.
Look at this cue ball. It's going to find the rail. A little wry smile from Sky Woodward. Can't get it past the side, so he's just got to come across. I don't know if I go the second rail here either. I hate to land on the rail here shooting the 9.
Wow, he's gotten the most out of that. He had more angle than what it looked, Jeremy.
Yeah, and to get on the board. There you have it. 2-1's our score. It would back, ladies and gentlemen. Victor Zielinski 2-1 ahead of Skylar Woodward. Woodward to break here in game number 4. This is a second match for both players. 16 have arrived. It's a round robin stage the first 5 days. And then we'll cut the field and do it again.
Well, he's come short with the 1 again, Jeremy. Really needed to get a ball down here, make something happen. Everything's just dressed up once again for Zielinski.
Yeah, the stroke itself looked pretty decent, maybe a little thick on the 1. Got a big spread on the balls, so nice shot here on the 1. Again, the first 2 or 3 shots very demanding. 1 to the 2, 2 to the 3 to get to that 4. Gets to the 4 right. Rack should start to open up, but definitely some work here early.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what kind of chance he wants to take here. Does he just come out towards the 8 or above the 8, between the 6 and 8? That's what he's done. So how do you travel here, Jeremy? Do you come all the way around, or do you try and hold 2 rails tight above the 7, though?
Yeah, I think he can float kind of where he's at now, 2 rails, if he hits it nice. He doesn't mind that spin on the ball, so watch out for the 8, cueing over the 8. And that's really nice. I know he's going to get a little flatter than he wanted, but that's just getting used to the bed of the table. Tables are very slick at the moment.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him take the cut on the purple 5.
Yeah,
Keep this more simple, right?
Yeah, well, again, you don't want to go top inside and then get snookered by the 6 hitting it well. So He punched it with inside, so how comfortable is that on the brand new felt?
4-inch pockets as well. That is not easy.
No, but to me, he has more of the types of different strokes and shots. Not different strokes, that's a bad way to say it, but different ways to hit the ball than I've seen from a lot of the younger players. A lot of them are very uniform. They play a little more stun at times than maybe rolling the ball with English and different things, where I see Zielinski really kind of does it all. I think the drag shot is a lost kind of art with the younger players overall, where I used to see more of the older players use it, where Zielinski loves it under pressure. He doesn't mind it at all.
Yeah, he uses that drag stroke a lot.
Yeah. Even there, it's a subtle drag, so
yes.
kind of like a filler really using the stun quite often. Little angle here to move over.
So he's made nice work of this rack. Zielinski going to take a 3-1 lead over Woodward.
Yeah, let's take a look at table 2 in a close one between Mario He and Koping Ni. Mario, who still looking for that huge win in his career, and it's amazing the stuff he's been through in his career, like we talked about just yesterday what happened, but all kinds of different things that you got to believe it's coming, and when one comes, probably many come. Oh, he caught a piece of the 9 there. He's going to be really upset with that. Now having to shoot the 7 from a very difficult position, kind of going away from the 8 as well. Back to table 1, 3-1 lead for Zielinski and the break.
And Jeremy, you pointed this out last week. I pointed it out to Carl. He breaks from the back rail. A lot of distance between the Q-tip and the rail. He's going to catch a scratch.
Yeah, all the balls on one side of the table. Used to see that a bit more in some other games, not so much 9-ball. They all just kind of got kissed, as the cue ball did. Also made 2 in that side, then the cue ball followed it in. The 1 and the 4 were down.
Skyler looking to where he wants to be. I think anywhere out there he can manage. Just wants to control the speed. It's going to be a little low left cue ball. He is really good at this shot when he needs to get a lot of distance. He let up a little bit there, it looked like to me, but he should be just fine.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head there. He did let up a little. No reason to try and play an underneath angle with the 5 so available, right? So he's going to get a little full here. So getting on the 6 really is the key to kind of ending what should be a simple rack for him with ball in hand.
It's going to end a little thin, Jeremy.
Yeah, definitely on the 50. I think he can play it in the side, maybe, and being so close to it, he may be able to kill the cue ball, maybe with a little low and right English. We'll see. Ooh, a high ball doesn't look very good to me.
You might have to shoot this in the top right. That's what he's looking at now. Would he have to go into the 9 from the right long rail, or can he hold it?
Well, normally when you're close, you can really kill the cue ball.
He has. And a hit like that, Jeremy, might get him going.
You still got to make a nice little shot with the crutch, the bridge, the rest they call it as well.
Yeah, and this cue ball has a tendency to float downwards, so he's got to be aware of that as well.
Gets out here, kind of back on serve in this race to 5, alternate the break. Zielinski did win the lag. This is going to roll maybe a bit more than he wanted. This could get a hair awkward anytime you're behind the ball and near the rail.
Yeah, this has ended up funny. I expect him to make it, but he's got to hit this with the proper speed. He's hit it clean, Jeremy.
The cue ball's going to come near that corner, but no real threat of scratching. And like I said, back on serve, 3-2. Woodward to break in game 6. We have this match and one more to end the afternoon session. We'll be back at 5:30 Eastern with plenty more matches. We'll get you that card a little later on in the day. We panned away from Mario He when he had that tough 7-ball. I'm pretty curious if he knocked that in. No, I just gave the update. He's actually trailing 3-2, so probably attacked on that 7 and missed it. Let's see the backswing. That's the key for Skyler. If that doesn't snatch, usually the one's down every time. That was a little better, but still a little quick.
Well, he missed the 1 to the high side there, so he's made an adjustment. He's missed it short to the low side the first 2 times, now to the high side.
And another awkward one, even though close to the pocket. The 2 may narrowly go by the 6. Fairly straight here on the 1, though, so he's got to elevate the cue. May have to come all the way and play like a 2-6. Ooh, he missed a ball. I haven't seen much of that in the last week or so from Zielinski.
Yeah, you sounded very surprised that he missed that, and I was as well. Looked like he might have put a touch of right on it. It just didn't come back in time, hit it full in the face. A chance for Skyler to tie this up. He's got work to do, Jeremy. He's got to get on the 3 following this 1 and 2. The 3 to the pink 4 is probably the challenge. And even getting on the 3 is a challenge.
Yeah, I think the 2's tight. So looking to see, this is not the easiest sometimes to draw and say, oh, I'm just going to, kind of cannon into the 8 and hold my cue ball. Not easy at all. I like coming above, especially if I have an entire pocket or most of the pocket on the 2. The reason being is you can shoot the 3 and come into the 4 a little bit if need be, or you may be able to go around the 4 for position.
I agree. I like coming above the 4 as well because you can do a lot more. If you try and cannon into the 8 like Jeremy said and you get too low on the 3, you might be handcuffed or you might be hooked.
Yeah, like right here, he could draw 1 rail into the 4. I think he can get around it if he hits it well. May catch a piece of it. You'd rather catch all of it than a little piece. That's what I was saying. It's not the worst thing in the world to hit it full. You're knocking it towards this side and towards the purple 5.
Well, it's turned out real nice. I don't think much is stopping him here. The 7 to the 8. Like to come out a little bit past where he is now. He's real good at this stun shot, or more, I guess, of a punch. Perfect.
And now to get the best angle, sometimes you have to sacrifice distance on the slick table. If you try to get in this cue ball a little bit, it may kind of arc on you. So I like to slow creep up just past the head string. See how it kind of went right on him a little? Yeah, he wasn't able to hold that straight line now. Now he's got to make a decision.
Yeah, I feel like there's a real close in between there in speed when you shoot that shot. He's going to come over 1 rail. Hit it very, very clean. Woodward 1 ball away from knotting this up at 3.
And 3 apiece it is. We'll be back for more action shortly. Victor Zielinski, Skylar Woodward tied at 3 apiece.
There we have a look at the arena. Zielinski to break the balls. He's had success and some non-success, but he's had good success here. A little rub on the 8. He is going to come away with a shot, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's got a great shot on the 2. Bit awkward to get position on the 3. It's a little covered up by the pink 4. A little bit of traffic to work the cue ball. He's got to take something thin here, I believe. I'm not sure what it'd be, but whether one side of the pink to get at the red 3 off the 2, you know, one side or the other, you're going to have to get a little thin. And it may be kind of difficult to get past the side right here.
Yeah, I think he's going to come over near the 9.
Oh, what a shot. Such a smart young man.
Yeah, his pool IQ is extremely high.
I'll tell you, yeah, when you keep things simple, you know, it just makes you a little smarter at the table, I'll tell you, especially when you can execute like he does. That's the big, you know, bonus. It's a very keen young mind. I don't think the 9's too much of an issue. It doesn't play in the side, I don't think, but the 8's near.
Well, for a lot of players, I'd say this is pretty flat, but this is really no problem. The only question is, he wants to get to the short side of the 9 here, Jeremy.
Yeah. If he doesn't, though, it's not the worst thing in the world to have to use some good speed to come around. Fall somewhat straight on the 9.
Yeah, and he would just need accurate speed, but he seems to act like the 9 is playable in the side.
Okay. That was a bit of a fooler to me, but obviously now close to it. It's definitely intentionally playing for the side pocket. And a 4-3 lead in this race to 5. He won his first one over Jason Shaw, 5-0. Yeah, let's have a look over on table 2. Koping Yi up 4-2. Mario He at the table, though. Has some work. You can see a 7-8 that's a little jumbled up. Combination's not too bad. I believe this is both these players' first match of the event. They decide to come back, and I don't know if this is going to get it. just enough.
Woodward really needs a ball down here. And he wasn't happy about it.
No, and just a little flashy with the swing there. And it's probably, you know, we're always talking about calming yourself down, but you can see a pretty thin hit on the one overall. But the break shot may be one of the hardest to do so when the adrenaline's pumping a bit. And that was a serious consideration, and as it should be, thinking about the jump on the one. A lot of people would say the rollout, whatnot, but the one near the pocket, the push out's very difficult against, you know, a fellow champion player like Sky. So,
and he is going to roll out to the jump. Zielinski, in my opinion, probably top 5 in the world with the short cue from what I've seen of him.
Yeah, knowing that, Skyler knows how good he is. All the players are, really. Some are a little better than others, but I was wondering if he may take that on. I think he does take it on if there's a little more guaranteed position on the two. Say the two's just hanging somewhere. But the thing about the jump, with 9 balls on the table especially, you can get lucky on the miss as well. So that's why there's a little more value maybe taking it on, and Skyler very capable with the short cue also.
Yeah, very good point. You're not just jumping to make it. If you get away with it, you can get lucky on a safe, but this just goes to show you how good he is with the short cue.
Yeah, and maybe why you got to really rethink some of those decisions and really look around knowing, you know, like I said, there's so many balls on the table. It's not like you have to sell out. And Skyler, there was no worry getting over the 2-9, not for him.
No, and Skyler jumps the ball well too, and this is just another display of his discipline and his pool IQ, right? He could have played that to the left middle. It was steep. Instead, he decides to glue him up to the back of the 9 and take his medicine. Pretty intelligent play.
Yeah, and he froze him as well, so the extra bonus of getting the most out of a great decision. It always makes it look even better.
Yeah, no doubt, Jeremy. And he's got him cut off from everything. He can't even go to the top or bottom rail the way he's acting. He's got to catch the top side of this too, and he's completely elevated.
Might scratch off this in the side. Like to put some speed, but cueing is very awkward.
Extremely tough there, in my opinion. I felt like he could have at least taken a look at the bottom long rail, or excuse me, the bottom short rail, but he must have known he was welded from both sides.
I think he kind of looked at it, but the bottom one was such a stretch to reach for him. You know what I mean?
Sure,
He had aim away with spin. I think that just made it too difficult. I didn't mind his shot, really. It was just that hard. And he was trying to probably hit a little more of a piece of it than maybe he should have. But to me, the difference, you know, like, who was it last year? Pelivanovic, who had an incredible start to the PLP, really kind of dominated the field for the first day and a half, 2 days before FSR really started to take over. But you see that with Pelivanovic and some other players, really incredible glimpses. Not more than glimpses. I should give him more credit than that. That's
Sure.
not what I mean. But
I get it.
what I'm seeing from Zielinski is something that's here to stay. And, you know, just basically not really going to have those faltering moments anymore. No gifts, rather.
Right, absolutely. And as time goes on, that becomes even more evident.
Yeah, so this is, you know, to close out his second match, to go 2 for 2 here early, playing 2 of the toughest guys. Of course, they're all tough, Jason Shaw and now Sky Woodward. So 2 nice wins, and quite the opposite for Sky.
I agree, Jeremy.
Be 0-2 to start.
We could go back, though, to your point, right? We could go back to relinquishing that rollout, You know, and I think that you've got a great point there. I think Sky might have to take that on, that jump shot where Zielinski jumped it in. Like you said, if you don't make the jump, a lot of good things can happen.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, yes, here's the winning 9-ball. Zielinski 2-0 now. Skylar needs to pick it up a bit. We'll be back in a moment.
Keep in mind, the warning will follow you through the tournament. And it's not the first time. So you
256 pool players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open.
order of play. Our table 1 order of play, Feder Gorse with a win over Filler. Koping Chung defeats, Filler over Gorse, and then Chung over Woodward. Jason Shaw loses Zielinski. Francisco Ruiz 5-1 over Dang. Then Zielinski did defeat Woodward 5-3. Now Jason Shaw to play Mario He. Last match on table 1 in the afternoon session. Table 2 order of play. Alvin Ocean defeats Bernie Regulario. Shane Van Boning a 5-3 win over Wen Thuan. Michael Feliciano, I believe that's incorrect actually. David Alcady won that match at 5-4 over Feliciano. And Kopi Ni another 5-4 victory over Mario He. And now Mario's got to jump right back in it to play this last match against Jason Shaw.
Yeah, and this is a match that both of these guys need to win.
Well, definitely you would like to, but if you get too involved with that early, I mean, you have to play 15 matches over the first 5 days.
Yeah, and I guess, Jeremy, I'm more speaking on their momentum or on their confidence levels,
yeah,
right?
Mentality, right?
Right, their mentality. There's definitely a lot of pool left to play. We are early on day 1. Jason Shaw did this earlier, Jeremy, when Carl and I were working together. You feel like he's trying to figure out exactly where he needs to hit the 1. He did have good success with it.
Yeah, they broke nice. He's going to get kissed to the top rail with the cue ball. Kind of still inspecting the racking area as he walks and changes cues. Probably a safety here on the 1 to open. Does have maybe a kiss shot on the 7 if he wants it. It's not that bad, actually.
No, it's not. Carries a position, too, if he likes it. Obviously, it's something you have to be at the table to play, but it looks good to us.
Yeah, if he plays the safety, probably just a thin side of the 1, dropping the cue ball in the bottom cushion behind the 5 and 6. Okay. Yeah, that graphic was correct. Feliciano did win that match 5-4.
Versus Alcady.
That's right.
Like to come behind this 1 and hold the cue ball. You can get a lot of distance and separation. And he's hit it real thin, Jeremy.
Well, that first rail slides. That's a common kick miss to where the first rail takes a lot of that English, but then the second rail doesn't take much of the left at all, which he had just straight high, it looked like. Hardly any left.
Yeah, it looked like straight high. That's why I figured he'd aim a little higher. I mean, these guys do play on the new cloth quite a bit. But you made a great point there, which I really like. The first rail lengthens up and the second rail shortens up.
Yeah, it just doesn't open up with any spin at all, really. Most common kick you'll see missed in the Moscone and many of the events with the brand new felt.
Yeah, he's a little steeper than he'd like. He could play this 2 different ways, Jeremy. He could just roll forward and play the purple 5 in the lower right, which I think he'll do as long as it isn't too steep. Or he could draw down for the purple 5 in the right middle. That's a little dangerous as well.
Yeah, Jason, though, who possesses one of the best, kind of touch in the game, really. You could see him kind of messing with the backhand a little bit, bandaged up. Took a burn on his hand not long ago, and he gave me a little glance at it this morning. Looks like, I'm sure it's on the way to healing, but pretty nasty little injury. It's a good thing it's on the backhand, right, not the front one.
Oh, amen to that. I feel like he will get to a position or a place in his mind soon where that just kind of goes away.
Yeah, it's amazing what adrenaline will do. Just like if you've ever played you know, I played some of my best pool being a little under the weather, you know, not like flu sick or anything like that, but definitely not feeling my best. Maybe your mind tends to concentrate a little more, and again, when the adrenaline gets going, things become a little more normal. And now for his first 9 of the event, I believe he lost 5-0 to Zelensky in his first match.
That's absolutely correct. And the crowd loves it.
So a break, pretty efficient safety, unexpected ball in hand. And now Mario He to break in game number 2.
Alcade over on the second table. Potting the 9.
Well, that was solid. He's going to get a little look at the 2, I think. I don't think the 8 really impeded overall. I don't think it's going to be a pocketable 2 ball, but that's how you want to break them right there. If you have the harder break, I think, I wouldn't say it's totally an advantage, but I think you do need it. Sometimes the tables change the way they're breaking, and you being able to change along with it, I think, is a bonus.
Yeah, and that cue ball coming one rail full into the 9 was really nice as well.
And, you know, I don't know which one taught the other, and he may have leaked a little more, but Albin and Mario are so good at controlling the speed of the object ball where it agrees with the speed of the cue ball. Now he's going to get put behind the 5 and 8 here. This ball did leak away a little bit. Uh-oh, watch out. Watch out.
No love in the home pool room, Jeremy.
Well, day 1, maybe he's got to do a few things to earn it. Wow, that was treacherous there.
Yeah, he hit a perfect safety, and it trickled in off the 9.
Yeah, hit will go a long ways here, of course. Don't want to give up ball in hand ever, but with the 5-8 tied up somewhat, you don't want to give Mario any better plan at getting at those balls, right? So.
Yeah, and that wasn't terrible. Highly aware of how the table lengthens out with that high cue ball. Played it really short. Cue ball did lengthen out, caught the top side of the 3. Mario's got some work to do. Oh, and he's overcooked that. Cut it a little too much. Just seems a bit uncomfortable. Jason would like to get to a position here where he can go towards the purple 5 off the pink 4.
I was about to say the only way I can really see is from the short side of the 4. Nothing else really offered much to get at the 5-8. You know, let's say with anything predictable. Now he's going to play for the safety, I think, off the 5. Shove this 2 rails. Oh, he's just going to follow 2 rails, trying to get to where he can bang the 5 around and really use the 8.
Yeah, you just got to be careful here. This ball will lengthen. This is more about the cue ball. Like to stun right in there behind the 8.
Yeah, I don't know. I might stun to the end rail here and let the 5 come a little tighter. He played it with speed. Really nice.
Well, it did lengthen out. Needs it to settle. Mario might be able to get a piece of this, Jeremy, and if not, he can with the short cue.
Well, that's kind of what I meant. You know, a lot of times you'll have the feel of stunning forward and still getting the snooker behind the 8, but also be able to put the 5 in a better position on the back rail if you cut it a little bit more.
Yeah, you can afford to hit it with more speed.
Right. This may scratch. No. Just going to hold nicely. Something we haven't seen a ton of, a bunch of tactical kind of safeties, and play a soft kick, it looks like, letting the ref know the 5 is not on the cushion.
Well, look at that ball lengthen out. If that gives you any idea of how new this cloth is. Nothing but the best for these players. And by day 2 or 3, that ball will play a little differently. Mario, he looking to keep the purple 5 there and possibly use the green 6 and 9 as cover.
Yeah, I'd like to get that separation.
And speed was kind of key there, right, Jeremy? If you keep that cue ball on the right long rail, it's going to be a lot tougher to get to this 5 ball.
Yeah, I think the concern was always going to be the 6 getting tied up with the 9 as well. So now Jason has a little bit, you might say, a little room. Oh, he's going to get a rail. Not terrible.
No, I agree, not terrible. It's going to be hard if he wants to shoot through the 5 and use the 9. I believe the 5 is going to kiss the 9. So how do you get the cue ball out of there?
Man, I don't know.
You might just roll up on this, huh, Jeremy?
Maybe. Maybe. It's okay. It's just one of those unique situations you don't see come up very often. You can't let the cue ball escape. And pretty smart there as well, keeping it simple.
I think Mario can chip this, though, going rail first and send the cue ball down towards the 8. He's going to have the 6 there to hold the 5.
I think he'll play it light. I think he'll shoot the same shot, but just play it lightly.
Yeah.
I think he can still get the snooker.
He's going to come down, though, right? Yeah, towards the 8. He just didn't. I think it turned out well.
Yeah, very good. I like that better.
These great players typically, if Shaw cannot see the purple 5, will go 2 rails to this ball, to the top short rail and the right long rail.
I love it when they can see this shot, though, trying to run the cue ball off the left side. Oh, no, he could see the entire ball.
That was misleading. Looked to me like he was almost completely hooked until he got down on the ball. Shaw caught that pretty thick. You've got to wonder how much of it he could actually see with the way he shot it.
Pretty handy here on the 6. Should just hold a little stop shot. Doesn't really want to entertain the 9 there, or bring the 9 into play. So. You know, coming off a loss, you know, both players, you got to like Mario a little bit in this match, just because even though he came off his loss, he just came off the table, and it was a 5-4 loss, so made a little comeback in that match. Probably feeling pretty okay to get right back out there. Where Jason, he's got to keep his, you know, concentration a little different than everyone else this week. As a room owner, you got to suspect, even though he's got all the help in the world, just naturally he's always going to be a little bit conscious of what's going on in his business. So 1 apiece. Shaw to break in game 3.
If you want live scoring, All you need to do is go to WNTLivescores.com.
The cue ball. Maybe a 1-9, a quick one. Why not?
Yeah, he's gotten kissed off the bottom of the 9. Quite unfortunate. Actually hit the balls quite well. The 1 didn't drop, obviously. Like Jeremy said, the 1-9 is looming.
Yeah, and I mean, he could clear the table, and it's definitely runnable, but it's a pretty easy combination for these players, ball in hand. He won't fire it, but he won't baby it, just somewhere right in the middle. Get another look at that combination. 2-1 is our score. We'll be back shortly for more of the PLP. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's the 2024 Premier League pool coming to you from US 1 Billiards in West Haven, Connecticut. Jason and Ara Shaw's pool room. Yeah, David, table 2 is Ko Ping-yi and David Alcady. I think it's Ko Ping-yi's first match. David Alcady has already played one and lost one against Michael Feliciano. That table 2 will be going on constantly, and you can view it at the Matchroom Pool live YouTube channel. And back to the main table. Mario He, a 2-1 lead over Jason Shaw. I'm Jeremy Jones, joined by Scott Frost, the Freezer. Mario broke him really well in his first break. Didn't get everything out of it as far as a shot, but he's not backing off much. You'll see that quite often also with the players that break a little firmer, the ones that have that break, where they do miss the one and has a chance to go one rail up in the corner.
Yeah, and he's gotten a nice kiss or a nice rub on the 2 to dress up. The 3-9 combination is possible.
I think he's heavy enough on the 2 to hold. I think, anyways. The 3-9's, you know, if you're in position, not that difficult, but from here, you'd like to just hold position on the 3 for the run.
Oh, yeah, but it was close.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, he's gotten it dead in the corner or lined up enough to where it is makeable. Just a matter of what he can do with the cue ball.
Are they frozen?
I think he can shoot away from it okay, though, and still throw the ball directly where he wants, which would be shooting it a little, the cue ball, towards this long rail.
Scratching his head, saying, what do I have to do?
I love Mario. He just always makes me laugh.
He's a great guy, such a lighthearted guy, and one of my favorite players. Absolutely love his stroke.
Now, is he thinning this for safety? I think he's trying to make it. Oh, he's thinning it for safety.
Pretty clever. Didn't bite off that second rail.
Yeah, knowing he had the cover on the 9 with the 3, so didn't figure Jason to take on that combination from this far away. A little awkward. I tell you, it's a little funny. Is he going simply behind the 9 here?
I think it's too
going
tough to hold.
Yeah, I like that. See how he kind of softly stunned that a little as well?
He's great at that shot.
Yeah, all those ones that aren't so standard kind of reminds me of like a Rodney Morris back in the day. He would play safety somewhat like everyone else sees them, but add their little touch of talent with the strike of the cue ball. Like a lot of players there, you're just rolling to the back rail to the in rail, and if you get the snooker, you're happy, but you're really just kind of guarding on all bases. All right, the deflection got him again there.
Yeah, and that's a shot. The shot that Mario just shot, it's like Jeremy said, the deflection. Use that extreme inside or outside English, and it's hard to get it to turn back in time. He wanted to get deep behind that 3. Instead, caught it thin coming out. Shaw going to have an opportunity to tie this match up.
Yeah, he's got to make a nice one here. He's stunning this. He didn't really get the draw on the ball he wanted either. I thought he would just lay up by the side pocket there and take the cut on the 4.
Same here, Jeremy. He did look quick if you take another look at this.
Yeah, and I think the decision is what got him more than anything. I think that's a hanger for him to hold over there, cut the 4, and go up and down for the 5. All right, Mario usually very good at coming off the ball, like coming a couple rails behind the 5 here.
Yeah, and he's proven that once again.
Look at speed. All right, may go one rail at this. Referee needs to be right on top of this hit. Could actually hit this and fluke the 4 in.
I believe it's a bad hit, Jeremy.
Yeah, odds are it was that difficult.
Yeah, so we could go back to that decision by Shaw where he could have just held above the side pocket and taken the cut on the 3, and that's something he typically would do, being such a shot maker.
Well, it's just not that time of the year for Shaw yet. He usually has his struggles earlier in the year, but once it starts to get late summer, early fall, things seem to change.
No kidding.
Every year it seems that way. It's pretty incredible.
Just a touch of low right here. Everything pretty self-explanatory. One thing Shaw's not going to like is trailing 3 games to 1.
And Shaw will get to break the balls in game number 5, but what an important break it'll be. I believe so anyways.
Yeah, that's correct. Mario broke this rack. You know, I know it's early, but you really don't want to go 0-2 to start the day. especially if you're Jason Shaw.
And now back over to table 2, Copigny and David Alcady. Copigny, was thinking about him just a moment ago after, you know, our break. We got to see, of course, I love to see all the highlights from last year, but him, our Whirlpool Masters champion, and you just kind of wonder the motivation with how much noise his brother made towards the end of the year last year. And of course, that U.S. Open title, how motivated and what we might see from him in 2024.
Yeah, it's been all little Co the last year. Okay, he switched sides, Jeremy.
He
He's
sure
had
did.
success there. It's pretty flat on this 2, but he can come back and forth. I think he can get between the 8 and 9 with a little check side on the cue ball.
Yeah, speed's crucial, though, because where the 4's at. So, I mean, you can't just take anything on this 3 and expect to get to that 4 ball.
Yeah, and he's overrun it, and it's real easy for this cue ball to kill, so he's got to go through this softer versus real hard.
I think I'd bank it.
He's going to warp it.
Okay, got a lot. Tried to play off the 8.
Well, the backhand looked pretty good there. Don't see much trouble here. Wants a little angle on the 6. Be good. Out towards the center. Watch the 9. All ball fouls. I like the way he played that as well.
Yeah, he's got a little off angle where he has a choice to draw it, or he can kill it. He can go forward 3 rails. Three 2s are a score. Mario Hida breaking game number 6, trying to get to the heel. David Alcady trying to tie the match. A little bit of a shot on the 9. A little short with position, but just got to steady himself.
Gotta wonder what's going through Jason Shaw's mind. I know he's really good at staying focused, blocking things out, but we've mentioned it numerous times. He's in his home room. He is the owner. And there are a lot of people that work for him, so I wonder if he can keep that out of his mind throughout the remainder of this event.
Yeah, a great opening break that didn't, yield much results or benefit really, and then the last 2 have been a little more of a struggle. Did make a ball in the break in the last, the one in the corner, missed the one on the side there. So one of the best things we all like to see is the long ball from Jason Shaw. And not really, no matter how tough it is, it's just how clean he hits it. That's really the treat in watching.
Yeah, he hits those so clean. Really nice to control as well. 7 ball could be a little bit of a problem, but the 6 does lead to it. Does it pass to the top right? Doesn't look like it, Jeremy. Does he nudge something here?
I wouldn't, but
He
it worked
did.
out. Yeah, and that's all feel for these guys at the table. I was just looking the 5 near the 6. Figured maybe one rail off the 6 into some type of opening on the 7-9, but he was feeling good about where he was at. And he kind of played it to where if I missed the 7, it wasn't that big a deal, but I wasn't ever going to hit the 7 heavy. It was always going to be just a little chip on the 7.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I like the way he played it. What you said is true, right? His risk was very, very limited. And if he doesn't get there, he could have got there from the 6.
Yeah. So after trailing 3-1, it looks like a couple little things that I wouldn't say definitely needed, but didn't hurt to get Jason Shaw back in this race to 5.
He looks like he's starting to flow as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of like you can't really consider the flow to be in the match itself. You kind of got to get it for the entire event in these races to 5. We're 3 apiece. We'll be back shortly with the remainder of this match. Hello again, everyone. Jeremy Jones, joined by Scott Frost. We're here at day 1 of the 2024 Premier League Pool, brought to you from this man's pool room right here, Jason Shaw, US 1 Billiards, West Haven, Connecticut. It's 3 apiece, their second match for each player, both with an opening loss. So, somewhat of a crucial kind of couple games here. Get something on the win column for one of these players. Jason, I love it when he actually puts a little more into the break. I think that's when he has his best results. 2 goes off to 6. I would maybe draw this off and shoot the 2 off to 6 here. He's going to chip it. If he can chip it and draw over, that's fine. But I think it's a little tighter into that side than maybe we suspect, or maybe he suspects. I think he's worried if he plays it off the 6, where's the 6 going? But I don't think you can concern yourself with that so much. I think he may have to try and draw back to the end rail, that being the top cushion, back down, if he plays it off the 6. Now, if he can play it cleanly, that's the shot. He can just slide over. Yeah, a little concern going into those narrow side pockets.
They are small as well, right? But this is his first opportunity to really take the lead throughout the entire day.
Yeah, and he put a little more into that break, which I think Jason, he developed a little firmer break. I see it at the Moscone sometimes when they're breaking a little different. During Hanoi last year at times, with that big win he had, like I said, during that time of the year, he seems to really thrive, but he really had the firm break at times. And I think it's something you gotta try to develop. Like I said, sometimes the cut break with the little lighter one, not necessarily soft, but lighter one,
Sure.
just isn't getting it done for one reason or another. And now chip in 9 to get to the hill first.
I just get the feeling, Jeremy, that he wants to perform this week. I had a little talk with him off to the side earlier today, and he is focused. He's working out daily, lost a lot of weight since the Cup.
Yeah, that's the first thing I said to him. Prior to the Cup, he had started working on that, and you could see it, and then definitely see even more now, just a few months later. Jason, a very strong-minded man when he, puts his mind on something. It's just a man that does a lot, so it's hard to have that focus on one thing.
Yeah, whereas for a long time he had nothing to focus on but pool. Now it's the complete opposite. Doing a fine job, right, Jeremy? The Hanoi Open, what a victory it was for him. Really propelled him, sent him straight to the Moscone Cup.
And I think it was probably a very comforting thing to see, even though you got to believe he was going to get picked. But it'd be nice if, knowing that Jason, earns those points to make the team. That's the Jason Shaw you really want there. Now Mario He to try and tie this match at 4 and survive in the second round match. He's had nothing but dry breaks. Well, the 8 went in. He's going to get a little piece of the 1 possibly.
Yeah, I think he's going to be covered up.
Oh, totally covered up. He's got a little protection with the 4-6, and what I mean by protection, anytime you have to push out at any level, you have to consider yourself behind. Not a favorite to win the game. If you just, did the simple math on it and long-term kind of thinking. But so, having a difficult situation like the 4-6 and having to push out does favor Mario.
Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. It's a favor to him that the 4-6 are tied. He's probably going to go to the upper left side of the table somewhere, but I think he wants to find something near the rail. Tough to do when you're lagging to a bare rail like this.
Tell you what, day 1, usually the tables have to settle in. Of course, World Nineball Tour people always doing things after each session to make sure the tables are at their best. But what I saw right there on that push looked pretty straight, the table so far.
Sure did, and Shaw eyeing down the 1-9 combination. The reason he's doing that, he could possibly make the 1 in the lower left if he can get enough of the 9. And the 4-6, as Jeremy pointed out, are tied up, so he's kind of free rolling. I know you can't really say that against a player like Mario He, but it might be worth a shot.
Otherwise, what's he do? Overcut this and run the cue ball? Yeah, I like that shot.
Definitely a higher percentage.
And that's where not getting the cue ball on the rail really made a difference. He was able to cue downward, not necessarily drawing the ball, but create a little bit of a bounce effect off the 1. Cue with some right spin to kill the cue ball.
And talking about the rollout of Mario He, maybe if he used the left long rail to the left of the purple 5, it might have slowed the cue ball down a little better to get to the top rail. Now he's kicking at the 1.
Big time scratch possibility. Oh, might just kick it in as well. Touche, as they say.
Very, very, very smooth. He goes through the cue ball so well. Cue finishes 6 to 8 inches out every single time.
Play this a few different ways to try and get at the 4. That's the real issue, not the thought of getting on the 3, but where on the 3 to get to the 4. And he got pretty decent. He's got a little bit of an angle, but I'm not so sure he can really kind of open these up something comfortably anyways.
going into the 6, Jeremy, and it's going to work. This isn't easy, but I think the value's there. If he gets it down, he's going to have position. He's got to hit it softly, though. That's a little scary.
Yeah, if you don't mind rolling your ball, you can hit it and come across. You can handle almost to the center of the table, so don't feel like you got to hit it baby soft.
Wow, very, very clean. And this all stems from the kick he's made on the 1.
Probably just lays up from the 7 in the side. We've already had quite a few 5-4 matches. Looking at another one here shortly. If Mario can maintain here. Oh, he came out. That was surprising to me.
Yeah, and he flinched a little bit as well.
Yeah, kind of a little let up from the top of the downswing. And
well, it has a lot to do with possibly your thought process there with your surprised opinion on that shot, right? He could have played to the right middle.
oh, easily just kind of soft rolled it in. He wasn't straight. He would have come off the rail with the cue ball. And I love corner pocket play. Don't get me wrong. I preach it really, but right there, you didn't have to do much. Nice recovery. He's going to have to make a nice 9-ball from near the cushion. Anytime you're near the cushion, you never know.
On 4.5-inch pockets as well. We have not seen a 9 missed yet. Let's hope that continues.
Shot it with authority. And now at 4 games apiece. I think we're going to stay right here for this case game. Yeah, Mario He, player that just still got to believe he's going to make that Moscone soon. Love the guy's game. I think he'd be a great team asset and player with all the mix of the Europeans. Everyone loves Mario.
Yeah, Jeremy, I fully agree. I've gotten to know him a lot better. He's so lighthearted, but yet so consistent. And he's still young, right? So making Team Europe, it's almost inevitable, you feel?
Yeah, you would think so, though. I mean, but you never know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel like it will happen. But he's got to make it happen. There isn't no gifts out there. And if you just look at, like, Zelensky for this year, I mean, got to believe if he's got a full schedule, it's going to be difficult for a few of them to make the team. Or let's say there's going to be a few that you feel like could have made the team that aren't, and that's just simply how it is.
Well, Jason's going to have to come with the shot here. Jeremy does the 5 pass the 8 in the lower left corner. Does he even attack the 2? I think he's got to attack the 2. This is something he does, and when he's in form, this becomes easy for him. But boy, it's a big shot for him.
Yeah, if the 5 doesn't pass, it doesn't pass by the 7 in the upper corner. And normally, yeah, Jason's definitely not playing safe or pushing out in this situation. It's normally going to be an attacking shot, but this one is pretty tough. It is natural to go back and forth for the 3, though, so I don't hate to say is all you got to do is level out. Well, you're going to level out, and all you got to do is make one heck of a shot is what you got to do.
That's exactly right. Looks like he might even be putting a touch of inside on it. Might feel comfortable making the ball. That way he's overcut it. The crowd not going to be thrilled about that, neither is he.
Well, Mario, he'd be all right with it.
Well, that's a good
Speaking
point.
of he's.
No pun.
Just saw Mario last night before he was catching an Uber from Boston. I think he snuck out and got a haircut this morning.
Either that or Zelensky cut it for him.
Maybe. Or it was Filler he was traveling with. So Filler, you know, multi-talented.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess Zelensky was going to ride with him, but he made it to the finals, so that didn't happen.
Yeah, Josh took off on him right after that comeback. Said, I'll show you, buddy.
Yeah, they left him high and dry.
Yeah, the youngsters. Yeah, he's really concerned about the 5. That's the problem here. It's not so much the 4. So evidently if the 5 does go, it's very tight. But really, what else do you produce on the 5? I mean, the 5.8, if you're having to get
Yeah.
right on it, isn't a bad combination for sure. But the 6 is kind of impeding, getting very close, or let's say proper on the 4 to get close to the 5.
He's going forward. And that's that spin, Jeremy, on this fresh cloth, right?
Yeah, but, like almost like the shot on the 6 to the 7 in the last rack, there was a hair of a stutter at the top of see it right there? Did
I
you see
saw
that
it.
little
I
stutter?
did see it.
And I normally wouldn't call out too many of those things. It's just not something I normally see from Mario.
Well, I think he wanted to get closer to the pink 4. I think the
Yeah.
5.8 might be better than playing the 5. Obviously, depends on where you land. The 8 is a big ball. They continue to look at it closely. Jason's in perfect line to come down towards it.
Yeah, and again, it's early, but these matches, especially if you've taken a loss, you want to rebound. Doesn't matter what you're playing. I mean, these guys
Absolutely.
play exhibitions where they want to rebound, and let alone the PLP.
Well, he's fallen nicely on this 8. If it goes, and I don't know, he continues to look. So let's
Yeah.
figure out what he's shooting here. It is a bigger ball. Doesn't want to hit
Problem
it
with
with
this
speed.
is if you're playing to a part of the pocket, easy to overcut. He's playing the combination.
Yeah, it's a bigger ball, I think. Well, he's caught it quick again. Really quick in the backswing once he got down.
Now, the one that I'm concerned about that is, was that like a last-second decision to shoot the combo? Because it looked like he was eyeing the 5 by the 8 the entire time and then just kind of got down and decided, it's the combination instead.
Well, it did. You're exactly right. It did look like he was eyeing the 5 clean the whole time and then probably recognized the combination was laying real nice. So he changed his mind in his downward motion and maybe got just too quick with it. We'll have to ask him, but I don't want to ask him now.
Okay. All right, not going to flirt with coming past the side, as he should not flirt with. No reason to. The 8 really is a chip in, even from above the side pockets.
And we could go back to the one that Mario kicked in last game that kept him alive in this game. Jason Shaw helping him out a little bit, missing the combination. And Mario, he going to get his first win of the day.
And much closer to the W, but still short of one here early for Jason Shaw. He's 0-2. Mario, he gets to 1-1. And we're going to take a small break. See you shortly.
Pool players, 6 days, non-stop, 9-ball pool action here at the UK Open.
Well, hello, everyone, again. Looky here, another Hill 4-4 Copigny and David Alcady.
Oh.
They get fortunate here.
And he wanted to catch the full side of that 4-ball.
And he's going to leave him a little on the fence. Not easy, the safety.
Do you play the bank, Jeremy? I think you almost have to, but you're going towards the 6. I don't think that's a problem, though.
Yeah, David's so good, though, tactically. I mean, he's going to pick out probably the best percentage shot. So may just float behind the 5 here. Could float behind the 6. That's difficult.
Yeah. I like floating behind the 6.
The 6, yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, he played the 2-way. I like that.
He's really good at the cue ball speed, and he's very comfortable and confident shooting all those shots as well. So rarely kind of, mishits it or maybe doesn't put the stroke so desired. He's very confident what he's doing tactically. So
Ko looking to the right side, kicking the right long rail on the 5 initially. Really tough to get that to grip. Now going to the short cue.
I'm about to say, may go for something across the face of the ball.
He's going to get away with this.
Dead away with it, it looks like. Full snooker.
Like to catch the middle to bottom end of this. He caught it real fat. It was a great hit, just a fraction lower than that, Jeremy, and I think he might actually get below the 6.
Yeah, or even a fraction above it. He's playing the speed to separate no matter. The one he's trying to avoid is that head-on hit right on the 4. That's the one that sells out, but that's the one most leastly made, right? I mean, normally you hit one side or the other on the 4.
Right. I mean, obviously, typically you're aiming to the low side of that ball, but he would have been happy with either.
All right, playing short side here. Ooh, kind of squeezed that one home. As Grady Matthews used to say, it wiped his feet on the way in. And you'll see this from Copigny. Of course, we didn't get to see every ball in this match. We were doing the Shaw-He match, but I feel like that, and this is all of us, but you can notice it a little more with certain players, and I always felt like Copigny is a little more nervous at the beginning of the events than you'll find later, meaning once he loses that nerve somewhere around the 2nd or 3rd round, I just don't even see it when he's in the final, really. It's just that cool customer. Even though the nerves are flowing, but just doesn't seem to, like I said, show much of it. So Alcady, it looks like he's going to lose his first 2 matches, both by the score of 5-4. Yeah, Copigny, I think that's his first match, and he got his first win already. That's a nice feeling, Scott. He's our Whirlpool Masters champion, defending champion. We'll see him later on in Germany in the end of April, I believe it is.
He and his little brother making a lot of waves, and they're looking to do some damage here this week for sure.
Yeah, nice setup here at US 1 Billiards, and they put in a ton of work. Tables all freshly redone. Fairly new tables overall anyways. I think they've been just 6 months or so. Table 1 order of play. You can see the results from the afternoon session. Filler 5-2 over Gorst. Ko-Ping Chung 5-3 over Woodward. Jason Shaw with the opening goose egg. Didn't want to see that, but Zielinski played well 5-0. FSR 5-1 over Dang. Zielinski again 5-3 over Woodward. And Mario He got his first victory at 5-4 over Shaw. And table 2, Alban Ocean 5-2 over Bernie Regulario. SVB 5-3 over Win Antoine. 5-4 Feliciano over Alcady. And Copigny, that was a second match. 2 5-4 victories, one over Mario He and then Alcady. And the last match of the day on table 2, or afternoon session. And here what comes up this evening at 5:30 Eastern, SVB and Feliciano to start. FSR, Albin Ocean, Feder Gorse and Feliciano. Feliciano get a lot of play here on day one. Mario He playing Woodward, FSR and Bernie. And then SVB and Coping need to end day one here in West Haven. Table 2 order of play. Coping Chung, Dang, Filler and Bernie, Regulario. Then Filler back-to-back with Win Antoine. Jason Shaw versus Al-Kaidi. Zelinsky and Dang. Ko-Ping Chung and Albin Ocean to finish on day 1 on table 2. Yeah, so join us again at 5:30, and we'll see you then.